In the gritty, gold-fevered town of Deadwood, where secrets are buried as deep as the mines, a daring soul takes a desperate risk. Disguised in a world of dust and danger, they seek fortune in the Wild West, a land where trust is as scarce as gold. But when an unexpected bond forms with a rugged miner harboring his own shadowed past, a tale of forbidden love begins to unravel. Join us on this journey through the Wild West, where every choice is a gamble, and the heart's stakes are the highest of all. Chapter 1. The Shadow in the Gulch. The darkness wasn't just the absence of light. It was a presence, thick and heavy as the damp earth pressing in from all sides. It clung to the skin, tasted of grit and something metallic, ancient. Down here, hundreds of feet below the sun-scorched pines and raw gash of Deadwood Gulch, the world shrank to the sputtering halo of a carbide lamp and the swing of a pickaxe. Each thud against the rock face echoed jarringly in the close air, a brutal rhythm set against the drip, drip, drip of unseen water, and the distant, muffled clamor of other men chipping away at the belly of the Black Hills. Annie, known here only as Andy, braced her worn boots against the uneven rock floor, muscles screaming with a fatigue that went bone deep. She hefted the pickaxe, the worn wooden handle familiar, almost an extension of her own aching arms. Sweat-plastered strands of short-cropped hair, dark with grime, to her temples beneath the brim of a battered felt cap pulled low over her eyes. Baggy canvas trousers, stiff with dirt and ore dust, hid the curves she fought daily to erase, cinched tight with a thick leather belt that dug into her hips. A man's flannel shirt, too large and smelling faintly of wood smoke and cheap soap, hung loosely on her frame, the sleeves rolled up past elbows already scraped raw. Every swing was an agony and a prayer. Agony in the straining tendons of her shoulders, the jarring impact that traveled up her arms, the burning in her lungs that fought the stale, powder-laced air. Prayer that the rock would yield its rumored treasure, that her strength would hold, that the rough shape of her disguise wouldn't falter under the casual scrutiny of the men around her. Mostly, a desperate prayer that no one would look too close. She kept her head down, her movements economical, mimicking the grim determination of the others carving out their hopes from the unforgiving quartz veins. Years, it felt like, though it had only been months since she'd traded skirts and sunlight for shadows and this crushing labor. Years measured in calluses built upon calluses, in the constant clench of fear in her gut, in the slow erosion of the girl she'd once been. A deeper boom resonated from further down the drift, the unmistakable sound of blasting powder. The ground shivered beneath her feet. A few shouts, rough and indistinct, followed. Annie flinched instinctively, her heart lurching, before forcing herself still. Explosions were part of the rhythm here, the violent punctuation marks in their subterranean sentences. But the fear was always there, a cold knot under the sweat and grime. Fear of cave-ins, bad air, sudden floods, the careless mistake that could snuff out a life as easily as pinching a candle wick. And beneath it all, the unique, consuming fear of discovery. She paused, leaning on the pickaxe, pretending to catch her breath while stealing a glance around the dimly lit space. Most of the miners were burly, bearded men, their faces grim masks of exhaustion and avarice. They worked with a desperate intensity, fueled by dreams of striking it rich, of escaping the muck and the danger. They were rough, loud when they surfaced, quick to anger, quicker to find solace in the rot-gut whiskey sold in the hastily built saloons lining Deadwood's muddy Main Street. Down here, though, there was a shared understanding forged in mutual hardship, a gruff camaraderie she could observe but never truly join. Her gaze flickered towards a figure working steadily a dozen yards away, his lamp casting longer, dancing shadows. Wyatt. He didn't shout or curse like some of the others. There was a quiet competence about him, a focused energy in the way he moved, testing the rock, swinging his hammer with precision. He was lean but strong, his profile sharp in the lamplight when he turned, a streak of dust highlighting a high cheekbone. He rarely spoke much, but when he did, his voice was low and steady, cutting through the general din without raising its volume. She'd noticed him early on, noticed the way he didn't seem to waste movement or breath, noticed the way other, louder men sometimes deferred to his quiet judgment on a questionable seam or a timber support. He seemed solid, grounded in a way that felt alien in this chaotic, grasping place. It was a dangerous thing, noticing. Dangerous to let her eyes linger, even for a second. Dangerous to feel that flicker of something other than fear or exhaustion, when his path occasionally crossed hers, a shared nod, a moment waiting for the ore cart. Nothing more. But the flicker was there, unwelcome and persistent, a tiny spark in the oppressive darkness. She forced her attention back to the rock face, attacking it with renewed, almost frantic energy, thinking, feeling, noticing those were luxuries Andy couldn't afford. Andy just worked. Andy kept his head down. Andy survived. Annie was buried almost as deep as the gold they sought, hidden beneath layers of dirt, deceit, and sheer willpower. The shift boss, a burly man named Harker with eyes like chips of flint, made his rounds, his heavy boots crunching on the loose rock. He paused near Annie, squinting at her progress. "Picking at it like a damn sparrow, Andy. Put some shoulder into it. This ain't no church social." Annie grunted, a low, non-committal sound she'd practiced, and swung the pickaxe harder, ignoring the fresh wave of pain that shot through her shoulders. Harker spat a stream of tobacco juice dangerously close to her boot, before moving on, his lamp receding down the tunnel. She let out a shaky breath she hadn't realized she was holding. Close calls like that, casual moments of scrutiny, were a constant torment. Every interaction was a performance, every word chosen, every gesture calculated to project a masculinity that felt like wearing ill-fitting armor. The air grew thicker, hotter, as the shift wore on. Her hands were blistered beneath the rough gloves, her back a landscape of pulsing aches. The initial adrenaline had long since faded, leaving only a grinding exhaustion that threatened to buckle her knees. She focused on the next swing, then the next, breaking down the hours into manageable chunks of rock and pain. She thought of the meager wages, barely enough to cover the rent on the miserable lean-to she occupied on the edge of the camp, and the overpriced, often stale food. But it was survival. It was anonymity. It was, for now, the only way. What had driven her here? The memory flickered. Sharp and painful as a shard of quartz, a betrayal, a desperate flight, the chilling realization that safety lay only in disappearing completely. Deadwood, with its chaos and its constant influx of fortune-seekers, too busy watching their own backs to notice a quiet, undersized miner, had seemed like the perfect hiding place. A place where identities were shed as easily as muddy boots, where the past could be buried under the raw, churning present. But the hiding came at a cost that scraped away at her soul, day by agonizing day. Finally, a distant shout signaled the end of the shift. A collective sigh seemed to pass through the tunnels, the clang of tools being dropped echoing through the gloom. Men straightened aching backs, wiped sweat from grimy foreheads, their movements suddenly quicker, energized by the promise of whiskey, cards, or just blessed oblivion. Annie moved with them, joining the slow procession, towards the cage that would lift them back to the surface world. She kept her distance, head still bowed, pulling the cap lower. The cage was cramped, a jostling press of damp bodies, smelling of sweat, earth, and blasting powder. She tried to make herself smaller, invisible, acutely aware of the rough elbows and shoulders bumping against her. A wave of dizziness washed over her from the fatigue and the close air. Then the cage lurched upwards, rattling violently in the shaft. Light, gray, and thin at first, began to filter down. Annie squinted, bracing herself for the transition. As they rose, she found herself pressed close to Wyatt. She could feel the solidness of his arm against her shoulder, radiating a surprising warmth through the layers of their dirty clothes. She held her breath, her heart hammering against her ribs, for a reason entirely different from the cage's jerky ascent. He didn't seem to notice, his gaze fixed upwards towards the growing square of light, his expression unreadable. The cage shuddered to a halt at the surface. The doors clanged open, spilling the miners out into the harsh afternoon light of the gulch. Annie blinked, momentarily blinded. The air, though dusty and carrying the scent of pine resin, wood smoke, and manure from the mule teams, felt blessedly fresh after the confines below. Deadwood sprawled before them, a raw scar carved into the valley floor. Rough-sawn buildings, many little more than glorified tents with false fronts, lined a wide, muddy thoroughfare teeming with activity. Men in stained denims and dusty hats, mules laden with supplies, wagons churning through the mire, the tinny plink of a piano drifting from a nearby saloon. It was a chaotic symphony of desperation and crude vitality. Annie pulled her meager pay packet from Harker with a mumbled thanks, avoiding his eyes, and turned away quickly, melting into the throng. She needed to get back to her shack, to wash away the mind's grime and the suffocating persona of Andy, even if only for a few precious hours. To be Annie again, if only within 4 flimsy walls. She kept to the edges of the boardwalks, dodging drunken shouts and the occasional stray dog. Her gaze swept the street warily. Every unfamiliar face felt like a potential threat. Every loud laugh seemed directed at her. The weight of her secret pressed down, heavier than any load of ore. As she rounded a corner, heading towards the cluster of shacks clinging to the hillside above the main camp, she saw Wyatt again. He was standing near the assayer's office, talking quietly with another miner. The afternoon sun caught the clean line of his jaw, the way he stood with an easy stillness amidst the surrounding chaos. For a moment their eyes met across the bustling street. It was brief, accidental, just a flicker of acknowledgement between two people emerging from the same underworld. But in that instant, Annie felt a jolt, sharp and unnerving. It wasn't just the recognition. It was something else, a sudden, terrifying awareness of him as a man, not just another miner. A pull towards that quiet strength, that solidity she craved and feared in equal measure. He gave a slight, almost imperceptible nod before turning back to his conversation. Annie hurried on, her heart pounding a frantic rhythm against her ribs. The look meant nothing, she told herself fiercely. It was nothing, just a glance. But the image of his eyes, clear and steady in the dusty light, stayed with her. It was a crack in the armor, a glimpse of a vulnerability she couldn't afford. Down here, in the heart of the wild, unforgiving gulch, connection was a dangerous currency, and for a woman hiding her very existence, falling for a man like Wyatt wasn't just foolish. It could be fatal. The shadow she lived in felt suddenly deeper, and the path ahead impossibly narrow. Chapter 2. Calluses and Whispers. The door of the lean-to shack closed behind her with a flimsy rattle, shutting out the clamor of Deadwood but offering little true sanctuary. It was barely more than a box, pieced together from scavenged lumber and patched with rusting tin, clinging precariously to the muddy slope overlooking the main sprawl of the camp. Inside, the air was close, smelling of damp earth floor, stale cooking fat, and the lingering metallic tang of the mine that seemed to seep into everything, even her thoughts. For a long moment, Annie stood perfectly still, listening. The thin walls offered scant privacy. Shouts from the street below, the braying of a mule, the rhythmic clang of a blacksmith's hammer somewhere nearby, all filtered through. Only when she was certain no one was close by, no footsteps lingered outside, did she allow her shoulders to slump, the rigid posture of Andy dissolving like sugar in water. She peeled off the grimy cap, shaking her head to loosen. The short, sweat-dampened strands of dark hair. It felt like shedding a skin, painful and necessary. The heavy canvas trousers and flannel shirt followed, tossed onto the rickety cot that served as her bed. Standing only in her binding, strips of cloth wrapped tightly around her chest to flatten her form, a constant, chafing reminder of her deception and thin undergarments, she felt the chill of the shack's interior raise gooseflesh on her arms. The bindings were the worst part. They constricted her breathing, dug into her ribs, and left angry, red welts by the end of each day. Unwinding them was a ritual of relief mixed with a sharp pang of self-awareness. As the pressure eased, she could breathe deeply again, a ragged gasp that filled her lungs properly for the first time since dawn. She rubbed at the sore skin, tracing the lines left by the cloth, a map of her confinement. In these moments, alone in the dim light filtering through a single, grime-streaked window pane, the weight of her assumed identity felt crushing. She was Annie, a woman, and pretending otherwise was a violation that went deeper than mere disguise. Water was precious, hauled uphill in buckets from the creek that ran through the gulch, a creek already muddied by the relentless mining operations. She poured a scant amount from her covered bucket into a tin basin, the water shockingly cold against her skin. Using a rough bar of lye soap, she began the meticulous process of washing away the mine. The gray water quickly turned black as she scrubbed the ingrained dirt from her hands, her arms, her face. Seeing the grime disappear, revealing the paler skin beneath, felt like reclaiming small pieces of herself. She washed her short hair vigorously, rinsing it with cupfuls of the cold water until it felt clean, if not soft. Wrapped in a thin, patched blanket against the chill, she sat on the edge of the cot, her body aching with a fatigue that seeped into her bones. Hunger gnawed at her stomach, but the thought of preparing food felt overwhelming. Still, she knew she needed the strength. She forced herself up, moving towards the small, makeshift hearth where a few meager supplies were stored. A sack of flour, some dried beans, a tin of coffee, a slab of salt pork wrapped in cloth. She built a small fire, the smoke curling up towards a poorly fitted stovepipe that vented through the roof. The smell of wood smoke mingled with the scent of frying salt pork, a smell both comforting in its familiarity and depressing in its monotony. She mixed a simple dough of flour and water, shaping it into flat cakes to cook on a skillet slicked with pork fat. It wasn't much, but it was hot, and it filled the aching emptiness inside her. As she ate, slowly, mechanically, her eyes scanned the rough interior of her shelter. A few worn clothes hung from pegs on the wall. A cracked mirror shard reflected a distorted sliver of the room. Her few possessions, a worn Bible inherited from her mother, a small, locked wooden box containing the remnants of her past life, and the carefully hoarded coins hidden beneath a loose floorboard, were testament to how little she had, how much she had left behind. Loneliness was a constant companion here, silent and pervasive. Back home, before everything. There had been family, neighbors, the familiar rhythms of a settled life. Here there was only the echoing silence of her self-imposed isolation. The miners she worked alongside were strangers, their camaraderie a rough, masculine world she could only observe from the periphery. To engage, to laugh too easily, to show any hint of softness, it was too risky. Andy had to be quiet, watchful, unremarkable, expendable even. It was safer that way. But the human heart craved connection, even in the most desolate circumstances. And that was where the image of Wyatt intruded, unwelcome and persistent. His quiet competence, the steadiness in his eyes, the way he seemed apart from the boisterous desperation of the others. It resonated with something deep inside her, a longing for stability, for someone who saw beyond the surface chaos. She pushed the thought away, angry with herself. Such thoughts were poison. Andy couldn't afford them. Annie couldn't survive them. Restless, needing to escape the oppressive silence of the shack, she pulled on a slightly cleaner, though still deliberately shapeless, set of men's clothes and ventured back out into the fading light. Deadwood was shifting into its evening rhythm. The kerosene lamps were being lit in the saloons and storefronts, casting flickering pools of yellow onto the muddy street. The noise level rose as miners, freed from their shifts, sought solace or oblivion. Piano music, slightly out of tune, spilled from the swinging doors of the Gem Theater, mingling with loud laughter and the occasional angry shout. The air thickened with the smells of frying food, cheap whiskey, stale beer, horse manure, and unwashed bodies. Annie kept her head down, her hands jammed into her pockets, mimicking a purposeful stride as she headed towards the cluster of businesses that passed for a mercantile row. She needed lamp oil and perhaps, if her wages stretched, a little more flour. She navigated the treacherous boardwalks, careful to avoid eye contact. Whispers seemed to follow her, though she knew it was likely just paranoia. The constant hum of conversation in a crowded place. But every snippet overheard felt like a potential threat. "Claim jumped, they say. Found him face down in the creek. Harker's pushing the crews too hard. Gonna be another cave-in, mark my words." New assay report came back. Richer than anyone thought. Asking questions down at the stage office. Stranger looking for someone? That last phrase snagged in her mind, sending a cold spike of fear through her. A stranger? Looking for someone? Was it related to her? Or just another piece of the Gulch's endless drama? She forced herself to keep walking. Her heart hammering against her ribs. It was probably nothing. People came and went constantly, chasing rumors, fleeing debts, searching for lost kin. Still, the fear lingered, a cold shadow at the edge of her awareness. She reached Miller's Mercantile, a cramped space overflowing with goods sacks of grain, barrels of pickles, bolts of cloth, tools, tobacco, patent medicines, and overpriced canned goods shipped in at great expense. The air inside was thick with the smell of coffee beans, leather, and dust. As she waited her turn, scanning the shelves for the cheapest lamp oil, she saw him again. Wyatt. He was standing near the counter, examining a new shovel handle, running a calloused hand along the smooth wood. He wasn't talking to anyone, just seemed absorbed in the simple task. Seeing him outside the mine, in the mundane setting of the store, was somehow more jarring. He looked cleaner, though still dressed in practical miner's clothes. Without the grime and the dim lamplight, the lines of his face seemed clearer, hinting at an age perhaps older than she'd first guessed, etched with the harshness of this life, yet holding onto a certain dignity. He glanced up, his eyes briefly meeting hers. Again, that faint nod of recognition, nothing more. But this time Annie felt a flush creep up her neck, heat prickling beneath her collar. She looked away quickly, fumbling with the coins in her pocket. suddenly desperate to finish her transaction and leave. "Just the oil, Andy?" Miller, the proprietor, asked gruffly, his eyes lingering on her for a fraction of a second too long. Or perhaps she imagined it. "Yeah, and a small sack of flour, if you please," she managed, keeping her voice low and even. As Miller measured out the flour, Wyatt finished his own purchase, just the shovel handle, and some nails, paid his coin, and turned to leave. He paused near the doorway, his gaze sweeping the store, lingering for a second, not on her, but near her, as if sensing something, before he pushed the door open and stepped back out into the growing dusk. Annie let out a breath she hadn't known she was holding. Why did his presence unsettle her so profoundly? It was madness. He was just another miner, a potentially decent one, perhaps, quieter than most, but still part of this rough, dangerous world she was hiding within. Getting noticed, especially by someone who seemed observant, was the last thing she needed. She paid Miller, grabbing her purchases, the weight of the small flour sack a reminder of her precarious finances. Hurrying back towards her shack, she kept her head down, trying to block out the noise and the fear that gnawed at her. The overheard whisper about the stranger asking questions echoed in her mind. What if it wasn't nothing? What if her past was catching up to her, even here, in this chaotic corner of the world? Back inside the flimsy walls of her shelter, she lit the lamp, the small flame pushing back the encroaching darkness, but doing little to warm the chill that had settled deep within her. She unpacked her meager supplies, the routine actions automatic. The calluses on her hands, thick and rough from the pickaxe handle, felt alien. They were Andy's calluses, earned in the mine. Annie's hands had once known needlework, the keys of a piano, the gentle touch of holding a book. Now they knew only rock, grime, and the constant ache of labor. She sat on the cot again, the blanket pulled tight around her shoulders, listening to the sounds of Deadwood settling in for another night of raucous energy and desperate dreams. The whispers she'd overheard seemed to swirl in the close air of the shack, whispers of greed, violence, sudden fortune, and sudden death, and beneath them all, the silent, terrifying whisper of her own secret, a secret that felt increasingly fragile. The glance from Wyatt in the store, innocent as it likely was, had unsettled her more than she cared to admit. It was a reminder that she wasn't invisible, that eyes could linger, that perceptions could form. And in Deadwood, a perception, even a mistaken one, could be as dangerous as a stray bullet or a collapsing tunnel. The solitude of her shack felt less like a sanctuary and more like a cage, and the path forward seemed shrouded in a darkness deeper than any mine shaft. Chapter 3. Sparks in the Darkness. The stale air in the drift tasted thick, heavy with the metallic tang of freshly broken rock and the acrid bite of spent blasting powder. Another day swallowed by the earth, another shift chipping away at the stubborn quartz veins that held Deadwood's feverish promise. Annie, shoulders screaming under the familiar guise of Andy, swung the pickaxe with a rhythm born of grim necessity rather than strength. Each impact jarred through her arms, reverberating in the hollow space fatigue had carved inside her chest. She kept her focus narrow. The glinting face of the rock, the precise point where steel should meet stone, the careful placement of her worn boots on the uneven, debris-strewn floor. To look too far ahead, either in the tunnel or in her thoughts, was to invite despair. The darkness here was absolute, broken only by the flickering, unreliable halos of the carbide lamps clipped to grimy caps. Sound was distorted, the rhythmic thunk of picks, the scrape of shovels, the distant rumble of ore carts on narrow tracks, and the constant, unnerving drip of water seeping through unseen fissures. It was a world stripped down to primal elements: rock, darkness, labor, and the ever-present whisper of danger. Today the crew was working a deeper section of the claim, following a promising, though stubbornly narrow seam. The air felt heavier here, the heat more oppressive. Harker, the shift boss, seemed coiled tighter than usual, his flinty eyes missing nothing, his voice rasping with impatience. He stalked the drift, his heavy boots crunching ominously, prodding the men with sharp commands and veiled threats about meeting quotas. "Move it, you slugs! That ore ain't gonna walk itself out," he bellowed, his voice bouncing off the close rock walls. He paused near a pair of sweating miners, struggling with a large chunk of rock. "Think you're paid to stand there admiring the view? Get it shifted." Annie kept her head down, trying to make her swings look more forceful than they felt. Her arms burned, and a tremor had started deep in her muscles, a sign that her endurance was fraying. She could feel Harker's gaze sweep over her, lingering for a moment. She braced herself, focusing on the swing, the impact, the recovery. "Andy!" The sharp bark of her assumed name made her flinch internally, though she forced her body to react with only a slight pause. She looked up, keeping her expression carefully neutral, subservient. "Yeah, boss?" Her voice was a low rasp, roughened by dust and deliberate effort. Harker jabbed a thick finger towards a section of the vein just above a head height. "This seam's looking promising here, but it's tight work. Need someone smaller to get in there. Follow it back a ways. See if it widens out. That's you." A knot of cold dread formed in Annie's stomach. Working a tight, overhead seam was dangerous. It meant awkward angles, falling debris, and the constant risk of triggering a larger rockfall. It also meant being more isolated, potentially out of immediate sight if something went wrong. It felt like a test, or perhaps just the casual assignment of risky work to the seemingly weakest link. "All right, boss," she mumbled, forcing the reluctance out of her tone. Arguing was unthinkable. Andy didn't argue. Andy obeyed. She moved towards the designated spot, her lamp casting shifting shadows on the damp rock face. The quartz vein glittered tantalizingly, shot through with darker mineral traces, but the surrounding rock looked fractured, unstable. She took a deep breath. The stale air doing little to steady her nerves. She'd need a shorter-handled hammer and chisels for this, precision work in close quarters. As she reached for the tools tucked into her belt, she noticed Wyatt working methodically just a few yards away. He wasn't looking directly at her, but she sensed his awareness, a subtle shift in his posture. Had he heard Harker? Did he recognize the inherent danger of the task assigned to the slight, quiet Andy? His presence nearby was a strange mixture of comfort and heightened anxiety. Comfort because his competence felt like a small anchor in the surrounding chaos. Anxiety because she felt exposed, her inevitable awkwardness and lesser strength potentially on display. She began the painstaking work, reaching overhead, chipping carefully at the rock encasing the seam. Small fragments rained down, pinging off her cap and shoulders. The angle was punishing, straining her neck and back, forcing her to balance precariously on the uneven footing. Sweat trickled into her eyes, stinging, blurring her vision. She wiped it away impatiently with a grimy glove. Minutes stretched into an eternity of careful taps, listening for the subtle shifts in the rock's tone that might signal instability. The flickering lamplight made the shadows dance, playing tricks on her eyes. Was that crack widening? Did that section overhead look looser than before? Fear was a constant companion, a cold counterpoint to the heat of exertion. Suddenly, a larger chunk of rock, the size of a man's fist, dislodged without warning and struck her shoulder hard. Annie cried out, stumbling backward, dropping her chisel with a clatter. Pain, sharp and immediate, radiated down her arm. She clamped her other hand over the impact point, biting back another cry. Her lamp wobbled precariously on her cap. Before she could fully regain her balance, Harker was there, his face thunderous in the lamplight. "Why in damnation, Andy? Can't even chip rock without falling apart?" "Just slipped, boss. Rock came loose," Annie stammered, trying to straighten up, hiding the wince of pain. Her shoulder throbbed fiercely. "Huh, just slipped?" Harker sneered, stepping closer, invading her space. "Or maybe you ain't got the sand for this work. Maybe you're softer than you let on." His eyes narrowed, scrutinizing her face, her frame, with an intensity that made her blood run cold. This was it. The moment she dreaded. Her heart pounded against her ribs like a trapped bird. She had to deflect, project toughness, push back just enough without seeming insubordinate. "Got the sand, boss," she forced out, meeting his gaze briefly, before dropping her eyes in assumed deference. "Just a loose piece. Won't happen again." Harker grunted, unconvinced. He kicked at the fallen rock fragment with his heavy boot. "See that it don't. We ain't running a charity here. Pull your weight, or find another hole to crawl into." He lingered for another tense moment, then spat on the ground and moved off, bellowing at another miner down the drift. Annie let out a shaky breath, relief warring with the throbbing pain in her shoulder and the lingering chill of Harker's scrutiny. She bent down carefully to retrieve her chisel, her shoulder protesting sharply. As she straightened, she saw Wyatt step closer. He wasn't looking at her, but at the rock face she'd been working on. "That section looks unstable," he said quietly, his voice barely audible over the background noise. It wasn't an accusation, just a statement of fact. He pointed with his hammer towards a network of fine cracks radiating from where she'd been chipping. "Might need timbering before you go back at it." Annie hesitated. Accepting advice, especially advice that implicitly validated her accident, felt dangerous. It created a connection, an acknowledgement. But ignoring him felt equally risky, potentially highlighting her inexperience or stubbornness. And he was right. The rock looked treacherous. "Yeah," she mumbled, keeping her gaze fixed on the rock. "Reckon you're right." Wyatt nodded almost imperceptibly. He swung his own hammer, testing a spot nearby with a few sharp taps. Then, without another word, he moved back to his own section of the wall. The exchange had lasted barely 30 seconds, yet it felt charged with unspoken meaning. He hadn't offered help directly, hadn't drawn Harker's attention, but he had acknowledged the danger, subtly validating her caution, without undermining her position. It was a small thing, easily missed, but it felt significant. A tiny spark of understanding in the oppressive darkness. She spent the next hour cautiously timbering the unstable section, wrestling heavy, rough-cut wooden supports into place with her good arm, her injured shoulder sending jolts of fire through her with every movement. It was slow, exhausting work, made harder by the need to maintain the facade of competence. She could feel Harker watching her periodically, his suspicion a palpable weight. The rest of the shift passed in a blur of pain and vigilance. Every swing of the pickaxe was an agony, every encounter with another miner fraught with the potential for discovery. When the signal finally came to head for the surface, relief washed over her so intensely she felt lightheaded. The ascent in the rattling cage felt even more claustrophobic than usual. Annie leaned against the cold metal wall, trying to ignore the jostling bodies and the dull ache that now seemed to encompass her entire upper body. She caught Wyatt's eye briefly as they emerged into the fading daylight of the gulch. Again, just that quiet nod. But this time, she thought she saw something else flicker in his gaze. Concern? Pity? Or was it just her imagination, fueled by pain and fear? She looked away quickly, pulling her cap lower. As she collected her pay packet, Harker stopped her again. His eyes, narrowed against the lowering sun, seemed to bore right through her. "Heard tell there's someone asking questions round camp," he said, his voice low and gravelly, pitched just for her ears. "Looking for someone new. Someone who don't quite fit the mold." He paused, letting the words hang in the air. "Funny thing, that. You're new, ain't you, Andy? And you sure as hell ain't built like the rest of these muckers." Annie's blood turned to ice water. The overheard whisper from the mercantile wasn't just paranoia. Harker knew, or suspected, or was simply using the rumor to apply pressure, to test her reaction. She forced herself to meet his gaze, injecting a hint of weary indifference into her expression. "Lots of folks coming and going, boss," she said, her voice carefully neutral. "Reckon I'm just here to work, same as anyone." Harker held her gaze for a long moment, his expression unreadable. Then a slow, unpleasant smile spread across his face. "Just see you keep working," he said softly, emphasizing the last word. "And stay out of trouble. Trouble has a way of finding folks who don't belong." He turned and walked away, leaving Annie standing there, the pay packet suddenly feeling heavy as lead in her trembling hand. The noise of Deadwood faded to a dull roar in her ears. The whisper had become a voice, sharp and dangerous. Harker's suspicion, coupled with the rumor of a stranger asking questions, tightened the net around her. The small spark of connection she'd felt with Wyatt in the mine now seemed terrifyingly reckless. In this gulch, where secrets festered and danger lurked around every corner, attracting any kind of attention, especially Harker's, was like striking a match in a powder keg. The darkness she hid in was no longer just the absence of light. It was actively closing in, and the sparks weren't just from tools hitting rock anymore. They were the sparks of imminent ignition. Chapter 4. A Man Called Andy. Back within the dubious sanctuary of her shack, Annie leaned heavily against the rough plank door, the flimsy wood groaning under her weight. Her breath came in shallow rasps, each inhale pulling at the bruised muscles of her shoulder and chest. Harker's words echoed in the sudden silence, more chilling than the damp air seeping up from the earth floor. "Someone who don't quite fit the mold. Trouble has a way of finding folks who don't belong." It wasn't just a warning, it was a spotlight, harsh and unwelcome, thrown directly onto her precarious existence, he suspected. Whether it was her gender, her quietness, her lack of ingrained roughness, or something else entirely, he had singled her out. And the mention of a stranger asking questions, it twisted the knot of fear in her gut into something sharp and agonizing. She pushed away from the door, moving stiffly towards the cot. Sinking onto the thin mattress, she winced as jarring pain shot through her injured shoulder. Carefully, tentatively, she probed the area through the thick flannel shirt. It felt swollen, deeply bruised. The impact from the falling rock had been significant, and the subsequent strain of timbering the unstable section had only aggravated it. Another layer of vulnerability she couldn't afford to show. Andy couldn't complain of aches and pains like some greenhorn. Andy had to be tough, resilient, able to shake off the knocks that were part of a miner's daily bread. With painstaking slowness, she peeled off the layers of disguise, the heavy shirt, the bindings that felt tighter and more abrasive than ever against her bruised ribs. Freeing herself brought a gasp of relief, but also exposed the tender, discolored skin around her shoulder. There wasn't much she could do. Cold water might help the swelling, but hauling more water up the hill felt like an insurmountable task right now. She settled for gently cleansing the area with the little water she had left in the basin, biting her lip against the sting. The physical pain was almost secondary to the psychological weight. Harker's suspicion meant she had to be more vigilant than ever. Every move, every word, every glance would be measured, analyzed. The persona of Andy, already a strain, now felt like walking a tightrope over a chasm, with Harker waiting below, ready to cut the rope. Who was Andy? She'd pieced him together from observations, from assumptions about how a quiet, hard-working young man might behave in this rough environment. He didn't drink heavily, not having the coin or the inclination. He didn't gamble. He kept his head down, did his work without complaint, and spoke only when necessary, his voice pitched low, deliberately roughened. He was unremarkable, forgettable, or so she had hoped. But Harker's words suggested she hadn't been forgettable enough. Perhaps her quietness itself was suspicious in a place that thrived on noise and bluster. Perhaps her very attempt at blending in had made her stand out. Hunger gnawed, but the thought of building a fire, cooking, cleaning up all requiring movements that would aggravate her shoulder filled her with dread. Yet she had to eat. Andy needed to maintain his strength. She couldn't afford to look weak or sickly. Forcing herself, she managed to build a small fire and heat up leftover beans, eating them directly from the pot to save washing up. The movements were stiff, awkward, each scoop sending a dull throb through her arm and shoulder. As dusk deepened outside, painting the grimy window pane with streaks of bruised purple and orange, the sounds of Deadwood swelled. Laughter, shouts, the incessant piano music, the occasional gunshot cracking through the din. It was the sound of men letting off steam, drowning sorrows, chasing fortunes, real or imagined, a world away from the suffocating silence of her shack, yet intimately, terrifyingly close. She couldn't stay huddled here. Harker's words implied scrutiny, not just in the mine, but perhaps in the camp itself. She needed to be seen, to maintain the illusion of Andy's routine. Maybe fetch some water, buy a plug of tobacco she wouldn't chew, but could conspicuously carry. Small actions to reinforce the facade. Pulling on the stiff canvas trousers and a slightly less grimy shirt, she paused before reapplying the bindings. The thought of that constriction on her bruised torso made her feel faint. But she had no choice. Andy was flat-chested. With gritted teeth, she wound the strips of cloth around her ribs, pulling them tight, gasping as they pressed against the tender flesh. The pain was sharp, immediate. Finally, she donned the loose shirt, hoping it hid both the bindings and the slight hunch she adopted to protect her injured shoulder. The battered cap went on last, pulled low. Taking a deep breath that didn't quite fill her lungs, she stepped back out into the swirling chaos of Deadwood Gulch. The air was cooler now, carrying the scent of pine from the surrounding hills, overlaid with the ever-present miasma of wood smoke, cheap whiskey, and unwashed humanity. Kerosene lamps cast long, flickering shadows, making familiar shapes seem strange and potentially menacing. Every figure lurking in a darkened doorway, every group of men laughing boisterously outside a saloon, felt like a potential threat. Was the stranger Harker mentioned among them? Was he watching her now? Paranoia felt less like a disorder and more like a necessary survival tool. She kept to the edge of the boardwalk, her injured shoulder forcing a slightly uneven gait she tried to mask. Her goal was the creek, then perhaps a quick stop at Miller's for that plug of tobacco. She needed to seem ordinary, purposeful. Just another miner going about his evening chores. Near the bridge, crossing the muddy creek, a group of miners were arguing loudly, their voices thick with liquor. One of them stumbled backward, bumping hard against Annie. She staggered, biting back a cry as pain flared in her shoulder. "Watch it, runt," the man slurred, glaring at her. He was big, bearded, his eyes bloodshot. Annie froze. This was a test. Andy couldn't shrink away. Andy might not pick a fight, but he wouldn't be easily intimidated either. She forced herself to meet the man's bleary gaze, keeping her expression carefully blank, maybe a little surly. "You watch it," she growled, the low pitch scraping her throat, stumbling around like a newborn calf. The man blinked, surprised by the response from the slight figure before him. His companions laughed. "Hear that, Jake? Calf called you clumsy." Jake swayed, considering whether to take offense. Annie held her ground, heart pounding, every muscle tense. She couldn't afford a fight she'd lose badly, and draw exactly the kind of attention she needed to avoid, but showing fear would be just as dangerous. Fortunately, Jake's attention span was short. He grunted, turned back to his argument, and Annie seized the moment to slip past, her legs trembling slightly beneath the rough trousers. The brief confrontation left her shaken, sweat prickling on her palms despite the evening cool. That was how quickly things could escalate here. A wrong word, a perceived slight, and violence could erupt without warning. She filled her bucket at the creek, the simple act of lowering and raising it sending waves of pain through her shoulder. On the way back up the slope, she forced herself to walk past the Golden Nugget Saloon. Light and raucous noise spilled out onto the street. Through the swinging doors, she caught glimpses of men crowded around tables, cards flashing, whiskey flowing. Smoke hung thick in the air. She saw a few men she recognized from the mine, laughing, shouting, slapping each other on the back. A world of rough camaraderie she could never penetrate. And then, near the back, leaning against the bar with a quiet stillness that seemed out of place amidst the chaos, she saw Wyatt. He had a mug in his hand, but he wasn't drinking deeply or joining the boisterous talk around him. He was listening to another miner, his expression thoughtful. Even from across the street, through the grime and flickering lamplight, there was an aura of self-containment about him that drew the eye. He seemed whole, intact in a way few men in Deadwood were. Her breath caught. Seeing him there, participating, however quietly, in the life of the camp, underscored her own profound isolation. He belonged, or at least navigated this world with an ease she could only dream of. While she skirted the edges, trapped in her disguise, he existed within it. The memory of his quiet observation in the mine, his subtle acknowledgement of the danger she faced, flickered again. Was it kindness, or just the detached assessment of a competent man? Either way, it felt like a complication she couldn't afford. She hurried past, her gaze fixed firmly ahead, clutching the bucket handle tightly. At Miller's Mercantile, the lamps were still lit, though business was slowing. She bought a plug of cheap tobacco, the scent sharp and unfamiliar, tucking it into her shirt pocket where it could be glimpsed. Another piece of the costume. Another lie. As she turned to leave, the door opened and two men entered. One was unfamiliar, dressed in slightly better clothes than the average miner's sturdy trousers, a clean shirt, a town coat despite the mild evening. He had watchful eyes that swept the store quickly, professionally. The other man was Harker. Annie froze for a heartbeat, trapped between the counter and the newcomers. Harker's eyes landed on her immediately. That unpleasant smile touched his lips again. "Evening, Andy," he said, his voice carrying easily in the small space. "Keeping out of trouble, I trust?" "Evening, boss," Annie mumbled, keeping her eyes downcast. "Just getting some tobacco." The stranger's gaze flickered over her, sharp and appraising. It lingered for a moment, taking in the slight build, the cap pulled low, the way she held her left arm slightly stiffly. It felt different from Harker's bullying scrutiny, colder, more calculating. Was this him? The man asking questions? "Is one of your crew, Harker?" the stranger asked, his voice neutral, but with an edge that suggested he was used to getting answers. Harker clapped a heavy hand on Annie's already aching shoulder, making her flinch inwardly. Yeah, this here's Andy. Green, but works hard enough when he puts his mind to it. Right, Andy? The pressure of his hand felt like a brand, pinning her into place. Yeah, boss, Annie forced out, desperate to escape the stranger's unnerving gaze. Just arrived in the gulch not long ago, did you, Andy? The stranger asked casually, but his eyes remained sharp. Panic flared, cold and sickening. This was it? Direct questions. She had to answer, but keep it vague, unremarkable. Few months back, she mumbled, focusing on a crack in the floorboards. Looking for work, same as everyone. The stranger nodded slowly, his eyes still assessing her. Lots of folks looking for a fresh start in Deadwood. He paused. Or trying to outrun an old finish. The words hung in the air, heavy with implication. Annie didn't dare look up. Harker chuckled, a low, rumbling sound. Ain't that the truth, Marshall? Marshall? The title hit Annie like a physical blow, not just a stranger asking questions, but the law, or at least someone representing it in this lawless place. What did a marshal want with Harker? And why was he suddenly interested in a new, seemingly insignificant miner called Andy? Well, Harker said, finally removing his hand, though his eyes remained on Annie. Don't let us keep you from your tobacco, Andy. Just see you're fit for shift tomorrow. No slacking. Yes, boss. Night, boss. Marshal, Annie muttered, turning quickly, almost stumbling in her haste to get out the door. She didn't look back, but she could feel their eyes on her retreating figure, the weight of their combined scrutiny pressing down like the earth in the deepest drift. She practically ran the last stretch back to her shack, her heart pounding, her injured shoulder screaming in protest. Locking the flimsy door behind her felt utterly inadequate. A marshal, asking about newcomers, talking to Harker, looking at her. The net wasn't just tightening. It felt like it had well and truly closed around the man called Andy and the terrified woman hidden inside. The darkness wasn't just outside anymore. It was flooding the tiny shack, suffocating her with the certainty that her time and her secret were running out. Chapter 5. Beneath a Sky of Ore. Sleep offered no escape. When exhaustion finally claimed Annie, dragging her under in the suffocating confines of the shack, her dreams were fractured reflections of her waking terror. Harker's sneering face loomed out of the mind's darkness, morphing into the stranger's cold, appraising eyes, the marshal. Whispers echoed, distorted and menacing. Don't fit the mold. Outrun an old finish. Trouble finds folks who don't belong. She tossed and turned on the thin cot, the rough blanket twisting around her bruised shoulder throbbing with every movement, pulling her back towards the edge of panicked consciousness. Dawn arrived, not as a gentle awakening, but as a gray, unwelcome intrusion through the shack's single grimy window. It painted the rough walls with a light that offered no warmth, only illumination of her bleak reality. The thought of facing another shift, another day under Harker's suspicious gaze, possibly crossing paths with the marshal again, felt like staring down the barrel of a loaded gun. But staying hidden was not an option. Andy had to show up. Andy had to work. Disappearing would be an admission of guilt, drawing the very attention she desperately sought to avoid. Binding herself was agony. The cloth strips felt like they were laced with shards of glass as they pressed against her bruised ribs and shoulder. She had to bite down hard on her lower lip to stifle a cry, tears welling hot and stinging in her eyes. She blinked them back fiercely. Andy didn't cry. Andy endured. She pulled on the stiff, concealing clothes, the familiar weight feeling heavier today, the disguise more like a shroud. Her shoulder felt stiff, inflamed, the range of motion severely limited. How could she possibly wield a pickaxe, haul rock, Maintain the illusion of competence when every movement sent waves of nausea-inducing pain through her. She forced down a few mouthfuls of cold, dry biscuit and lukewarm, bitter coffee, her stomach churning with anxiety. The plug of tobacco she'd bought last night sat accusingly on the small shelf. She tucked it back into her pocket, a prop, a pathetic shield against the tide of suspicion she felt powerless to stem. Emerging from the shack into the chill morning air was like stepping onto a stage. The sounds of the awakening camp hammers ringing, mules braying, men shouting greetings or curses felt amplified, unnervingly sharp. Every glance from a passing miner felt like scrutiny. Was that pity in his eyes? Contempt? Or just indifference? She pulled her cap lower, hunched slightly to favor her shoulder, hoping it looked like weariness rather than injury, and joined the stream of men heading towards the mine entrance. The descent in the cage was a familiar torment, magnified by her heightened nerves and physical discomfort. The press of bodies, the smell of unwashed sweat and stale tobacco, the jarring rattle of the machinery, it all contributed to a rising sense of claustrophobia. She kept her eyes fixed on the floor, praying for invisibility. Down in the drift, the familiar damp chill and earthy smell closed in. Lamps were lit, casting their inadequate circles of light, turning the miners into shadowy figures working against a backdrop of impenetrable darkness. The overarching ceiling of rock felt lower today, heavier, like a sky made of ore threatening to collapse. Harker was already there, his stocky figure silhouetted against the lamplight further down the tunnel, his voice already barking orders. Annie found her assigned section, numbly picking up the heavy pickaxe. The weight alone sent a jolt of pain through her shoulder. She tried a tentative swing, adjusting her stance, trying to use her legs and back more, her good arm taking most of the strain. It was awkward, inefficient, and excruciatingly painful. Each impact sent shockwaves through her bruised flesh. Sweat broke out on her forehead, cold despite the exertion. She knew she wasn't fooling anyone. Her movements were too careful, too restricted. She risked a glance around. Most men were focused on their own grueling work, their faces grim masks of determination. But she caught the eye of a miner nearby, older, wiry, with a deeply lined face. He watched her clumsy efforts for a moment, then shook his head almost imperceptibly and turned back to his own work. It wasn't malice, just a pragmatic assessment. And he wasn't pulling his weight today. Then Harker's heavy tread approached. Annie tensed, bracing herself, trying to swing the pickaxe with more conviction, ignoring the agony it caused. He stopped directly behind her, close enough that she could feel the heat radiating from him, smell the stale tobacco on his breath. She didn't dare turn around. "Favoring that shoulder, Andy?" Harker's voice was deceptively soft, a low growl that carried more menace than his usual bellows. Annie swallowed hard, keeping her gaze fixed on the rock face. "Just stiff, boss. Nothing serious." "Stiff?" Harker chuckled, a dry, humorless sound. "Looked like more than stiff when that rock clipped you yesterday. And you seemed mighty interested in the marshal last night." Panic tightened its icy grip around her chest. He was connecting things, or trying to. "Don't know nothing about no marshal, boss," she mumbled, chipping weakly at the rock. "Just trying to do my work." Is that so?" Harker stepped around, forcing her to look at him. His eyes were narrowed, calculating. "Because Marshal Egan ain't here admiring the scenery. He's looking into things. Things like newcomers, who keep to themselves, don't talk much. Maybe got something to hide." He leaned closer. "You ain't hiding something, are you, Andy? Something that might interest a man like Egan?" Her mind raced. Deny too strongly? Act indignant? Play dumb? She settled on weary deflection. "Got nothing to hide except maybe being dog-tired, boss. Same as everyone else down here. She gestured vaguely with her good hand towards the tunnel. Just want to put in my shift and earn my pay. Harker studied her for a long moment, his gaze lingering on her face, her throat, the awkward way she held her injured arm. It felt like he was peeling back the layers of her disguise with his eyes alone. Finally, he grunted. See that you do. Because slackers, he spat the word, don't last long in my crew, or in Deadwood. He turned abruptly and stalked off, leaving Annie trembling, her breath catching in her throat. The confrontation had been brief, but the implication was clear. Harker was watching her, actively suspicious, and he wouldn't hesitate to use the marshal's presence or any other leverage against her. The fragile shield of the Andy persona felt paper-thin, ready to disintegrate at any moment. She tried to return to work, but her hands shook, and the pain in her shoulder had become a blinding, nauseating wave. Every swing was a gamble. What if she slipped again? What if she couldn't lift the next load? Harker wouldn't just sneer next time. He'd pull her off the crew, maybe worse. Being fired meant losing her meager income, her anonymity. It meant being exposed, vulnerable. It was then, as she struggled to pry a stubborn chunk of ore loose with her pick, using mostly her good arm, that she saw Wyatt move into her peripheral vision. He was working his own section nearby, his movements still economical and precise, a stark contrast to her own pained efforts. He didn't look directly at her, but after dislodging a sizable piece of rock himself, he nudged it with his boot, seemingly accidentally, so it rolled slightly closer to the pile she was slowly, painstakingly accumulating for the ore cart. It was a small gesture, almost undetectable. Enough rock that it would make her own pile look slightly more substantial, slightly less indicative of her struggles. Annie froze, unsure how to react. Was it deliberate? An act of quiet solidarity, or just a coincidence? His discarded rock happening to land near hers. Given his earlier comment about the unstable rock face, his steady presence, it felt intentional. But why? Pity? Or something else? Acknowledging it felt too dangerous, creating a link she couldn't afford. Ignoring it felt ungrateful, churlish. She kept her head down, pretending not to notice the extra rock, and continued her work, albeit with a fraction less desperation. The gesture, if it was one, offered no real solution, but it was a flicker of humanity in the oppressive gloom, a silent acknowledgement of her struggle that felt both comforting and deeply unsettling. It reminded her that she wasn't entirely invisible, that someone might be seeing past the Andy disguise, even if only noticing the physical strain, and being seen in any capacity was a risk. The hours crawled by, each one an exercise in endurance and concealment. Annie focused on surviving minute by minute, swing by swing. She avoided eye contact, kept her responses to necessary interactions brief and gruff, and tried desperately to ignore the relentless throb in her shoulder and the icy fear coiling in her stomach. Late in the shift, a distant rumble grew rapidly louder, accompanied by frantic shouts from further down the main tunnel. "Cave in! Section 4! Cave in!" The words shot through the mind like electricity. Tools clattered as men froze, then reacted with the ingrained instinct of survival. Some scrambled towards the main shaft and the cage, others grabbed timber supports or shovels ready to dig. Harker's voice bellowed orders, trying to impose control on the rising panic. Annie's heart leaped into her throat. Section 4 wasn't far from where they were working. Dust billowed from the tunnel opening, carried on a sudden gust of displaced air that momentarily extinguished several nearby lamps, plunging pockets of the drift into absolute blackness. Shouts and groans echoed eerily. She found herself pressed back against the rock wall, trying to see through the swirling dust, her injured shoulders screaming in protest. The raw, primal fear of being trapped underground, a fear every miner lived with, surged through her. Through the chaos, she saw Wyatt. He wasn't running for the cage. He had grabbed a heavy timber beam, gesturing to another miner to help him shore up the entrance to their own drift, ensuring their section remained stable before potentially heading towards the disaster zone. His movements were quick, decisive, focused amidst the panic. Even in the face of immediate danger, that inherent steadiness remained. Then Harker's voice cut through the din, directed squarely at her. "Andy, you ain't hurt. Grab that shovel. Move. We need every hand digging." He shoved a long-handled shovel towards her. For a split second, Annie hesitated. Running towards the danger, engaging in heavy, frantic digging with her injured shoulder, it seemed impossible. But refusing, showing weakness now in front of everyone under Harker's furious eye, was equally unthinkable. It would confirm every suspicion he harbored. Taking a ragged breath, clutching the shovel tightly in her good hand, Annie pushed herself away from the wall and stumbled towards the swirling dust cloud that marked the path to Section 4, towards the unseen collapse, beneath a sky made entirely of rock and dread. The choice, once again, hadn't been hers to make. It had been made for her by the desperate need to remain Andy, even if it meant burying Annie deeper than ever before. Chapter 6. Borrowed Courage. Stolen Glances. The air in the main tunnel leading towards Section 4 was thick with choking dust, the beams of carbide lamps cutting hazy, shifting cones through the gloom. The roar of the initial collapse had subsided, replaced by an unnerving silence broken only by the frantic scraping of shovels, the grunts of men straining to move heavy rocks, and the occasional muffled groan from somewhere within the debris field. Panic still hung heavy in the air, but it was now channeled into desperate, focused action. Annie stumbled forward, the heavy shovel feeling alien and cumbersome in her grip. Her injured shoulder protested with every jarring step, sending waves of fire down her arm and across her back. Breathing was difficult. The dust coated her throat and lungs, making each inhale a raw, grating effort. She pulled the brim of her cap lower, trying to shield her eyes, blinking rapidly to clear her vision. Harker was already at the edge of the collapse, bellowing orders, directing the placement of timber supports to shore up the precarious tunnel roof near the debris pile. The cave-in wasn't total. A section of the tunnel ahead was blocked by a formidable mound of rock, timber fragments, and earth, completely sealing off whatever or whoever lay beyond. Hope warred with dread on the faces of the miners, working frantically to clear a path. Were the men trapped in Section 4 still alive? "You, Andy, get over here." Harker spotted her hovering uncertainly at the edge of the activity. "Grab that smaller stuff. Fill a bucket. Move it." He pointed towards the looser rock and dirt at the base of the main pile. Annie obeyed numbly, forcing her protesting body into action. She knelt, using her good arm almost exclusively, scooping the debris into a discarded ore bucket. The movement was awkward, agonizingly slow. Each scoop sent jolts of pain through her shoulder, threatening to make her drop the shovel. Sweat poured down her face, stinging her eyes, mingling with the grime and dust to form muddy rivulets on her skin. She worked alongside other miners, a grim, silent assembly line of desperation. Men shoveled, filled buckets, hauled them back down the tunnel to be dumped, then returned for more. The sheer volume of rock was daunting. It felt like trying to empty the ocean with a teaspoon. Yet they worked with a fierce intensity, driven by the knowledge that time was the enemy. Air wouldn't last forever in a sealed tunnel. She risked quick, furtive glances around. She saw men she recognized, their faces strained and pale beneath the dirt. Fear was a common denominator, stripping away the usual bravado, revealing the raw vulnerability beneath. And then she saw Wyatt. He wasn't just shoveling. He was working near the precarious face of the debris pile itself, alongside a couple of other experienced miners. They were carefully testing the stability of larger rocks, listening for shifts, using pry bars with cautious strength to dislodge key boulders without triggering a further collapse. It was dangerous work, requiring nerve and judgment. He moved with that same focused calm she'd noted before, his lean strength applied with intelligence, not just brute force. His lamp cast his profile into sharp relief, jaw tight with concentration. Eyes narrowed, scanning the treacherous pile. Watching him, even for those stolen seconds, sent a strange pang through Annie. It wasn't admiration, not exactly. It was a raw awareness of his competence, his quiet courage in the face of immediate peril, standing in stark contrast to her own struggle just to perform the simplest task without crying out in pain or revealing her weakness. He seemed capable, grounded, while she felt like an imposter, running on borrowed courage and sheer terror. A shout went up from the front. "Hear something? Quiet!" Instantly, the scraping and grunting ceased. An almost unbearable silence descended, broken only by the drip of water and the ragged breathing of the exhausted men. Everyone strained to listen, faces turned towards the wall of rock. Faintly, almost imperceptibly at first, came a tapping sound, rhythmic, persistent. Tap, 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 tap. A collective sigh, almost a sob, went through the assembled miners. Alive. Someone was alive in there. The sound galvanized them. The pace of the digging redoubled, infused with fresh urgency, fresh hope. Men worked with renewed frenzy, ignoring aching muscles and burning lungs. Annie felt a surge of adrenaline, momentarily pushing back the pain. She attacked the loose rock with renewed vigor, filling her bucket faster, stumbling back down the tunnel to empty it, then hurrying back for more. She was part of it now, part of the desperate race against time, fueled by the faint, persistent tapping from behind the wall. But the adrenaline couldn't mask the pain indefinitely. Her shoulder felt like it was being ripped apart. Her vision started to blur at the edges. She stumbled, dropping the half-filled bucket with a clatter. Harker, never far away, spun around, his face contorted with fury. "Damn it, Andy. Can't you do anything right? Get out of the way if you can't hack it." Shame burned through Annie, hot and fierce. Men nearby glanced at her, their expressions ranging from pity to irritation. She was slowing them down. She was failing. She bent to retrieve the bucket, her hand trembling, when another figure stepped quickly to her side. Wyatt. He had moved back from the rock face for a moment, perhaps to grab a different tool. He didn't look at her, didn't speak to Harker. He simply picked up the bucket she had dropped, effortlessly scooped it full with a few swift movements of his shovel, and set it back down near her, his eyes already scanning the main debris pile again. Then, just as quickly, he moved back towards the front line of the digging effort. It was over in seconds. No words exchanged, no direct acknowledgement. But the implication was unmistakable. He had covered for her, masked her weakness, her faltering, with a casual, almost dismissive display of his own strength. He hadn't drawn attention to her failure. He had simply erased it. Annie stared after him, her heart pounding. Why? Why would he do that? It wasn't logical. In the brutal calculus of the mine, looking out for oneself was paramount. Helping a struggling greenhorn, especially one under Harker's suspicious eye, offered no advantage. Was it simple decency, or did he see something? Did he suspect? The ambiguity was terrifying. Harker grunted, seemingly accepting Wyatt's silent intervention as a way of speeding things up, and turned his attention back to the main effort, shouting fresh instructions. Annie snatched up the bucket Wyatt had filled, her face burning, and hurried down the tunnel to empty it. Her mind raced. Wyatt's action felt like a shield, offered silently, unexpectedly. But shields could also draw fire. If Harker noticed Wyatt paying any particular attention to Andy, it could make things worse for both of them. She returned to her spot, forcing herself to keep working, though her movements were still hampered by the searing pain. She kept her eyes down, focusing solely on the task, trying to block out Harker's looming presence, the pulsating ache in her shoulder, and the confusing image of Wyatt's quiet intervention. The work continued relentlessly. Hours seemed to blur together in a haze of dust, sweat, and aching muscles. The tapping from behind the rock wall grew slightly stronger, more insistent, a fragile beacon guiding their efforts. Slowly, painstaking, the pile of debris shrank. Men worked in shifts now, rotating between the heavy digging at the face and the hauling of rock, trying to conserve strength. Annie was relegated mostly to hauling, a task she could manage, albeit painfully, with her good arm. She moved back and forth in the dimly lit tunnel, part of the grim rhythm of rescue. Occasionally, her path would cross Wyatt's as he moved back for water or a different tool. Each time she avoided his gaze, keeping her head down, her expression hidden beneath the brim of her cap. Yet she was intensely aware of him. A stolen glance as he passed revealed the deep lines of fatigue etched around his eyes, the grime coating his face, the steady set of his jaw. There was a weariness about him now, but still that core of unwavering resolve. Once, waiting for a loaded ore cart to pass, they stood near each other in the narrow tunnel for a few moments. The noise of the digging seemed slightly muffled here. She could feel his presence beside her, solid and real in the close darkness. The silence stretched, thick with unspoken things. She could smell the mine on him. Rock dust, sweat, damp earth. Did he notice the faint tremor in her hand as she gripped the shovel? Did he see the way she instinctively guarded her injured shoulder? He cleared his throat softly. "Need to pace yourself," he said, his voice low, not looking at her. "This'll take time." It wasn't advice so much as an observation, acknowledging her struggle without pity, without judgment. Annie just nodded mutely, her throat too tight to form words. The ore cart rumbled past, and the moment was broken. He moved off towards the front again, leaving her with a racing heart and a fresh wave of confusing emotions. He saw her, not her perhaps, not Annie, but he saw Andy's struggle, Andy's pain, and hadn't condemned it. He had, in his own quiet way, offered understanding, support. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, a cheer went up from the front. They had broken through. A small opening, just large enough for a man to squeeze through, had been cleared at the top of the debris pile. Fresh air met stale, and voices, weak but clear, could be heard from the other side. Relief washed through the tunnel, palpable and profound. Men clapped each other on the back, wiped tears mixed with grime from their faces. Even Harker allowed a grim crack of a smile. Annie leaned against the tunnel wall, knees weak, the shovel slipping from her grasp. They had done it. The trapped men were alive. She watched as Wyatt, along with a couple of others, carefully widened the opening. He moved with the same deliberate care, ensuring the stability of the surrounding rock before allowing anyone through. He was one of the first to peer into the darkness beyond, his lamp held high. A wave of dizziness swept over Annie, the release of attention combining with her exhaustion and pain. She closed her eyes for a moment, just breathing, listening to the sounds of rescue unfolding nearby. The borrowed courage that had sustained her through the ordeal seeped away, leaving behind a bone-deep weariness and the stark reality of her own precarious situation. Wyatt's quiet actions, his fleeting words, had thrown her fragile equilibrium off balance. He had shown her a sliver of kindness, of awareness, in a place where she expected none, and that glimpse of humanity, That stolen glance of understanding in the suffocating darkness felt more dangerous than any rockfall. It threatened the foundations of the wall she had built around herself, the wall that kept Andy alive and Annie hidden. Chapter 7. Echoes in the Saloon. Emerging from the mine shaft hours later felt like being reborn into a bruised and weary world. The late afternoon sun, hanging low over the western rim of the gulch, cast long, distorted shadows, painting the raw landscape in hues of orange and deep purple. The air, crisp and smelling of pine and wood smoke, was a balm after the stale, dust-laden atmosphere below, but the relief was tempered by an exhaustion so profound it felt etched into Annie's very bones. The news of the successful rescue had already spread through Deadwood like wildfire. A small crowd had gathered near the mine entrance, anxious wives, curious onlookers, saloon owners anticipating a surge in business, fueled by relief and raw nerves. As the rescued miners, weak and blinking in the unfamiliar light, were helped from the cage, a ragged cheer went up. They were pale, covered in grime, but alive. 4 men who had stared death in the face and, thanks to the relentless efforts of their comrades, had survived. Annie hung back, letting the crowd surge forward, wanting only to melt away, to escape back to the relative anonymity of her shack. Her shoulder throbbed with a deep, insistent agony, each movement sending shards of pain through her body. The adrenaline had long since evaporated, leaving behind a trembling weakness and the raw chafe of the bindings against her bruised skin. The persona of Andy felt like a lead weight, dragging her down. She saw Harker talking animatedly to a cluster of men, likely exaggerating his own role in the rescue, his voice loud and boastful. She avoided his gaze, slipping around the edge of the crowd. Then she saw Wyatt. He stood slightly apart, leaning against a timber support, wiping grime from his face with a weary gesture. He looked utterly spent, the lines of fatigue deeper than ever. But that core of stillness remained. Several of the rescued men clasped his hand, murmuring heartfelt thanks. He accepted their gratitude with quiet nods, his gaze distant, as if already processing the near tragedy, tallying the costs of survival in this unforgiving place. Their eyes met briefly across the bustling space, just a fleeting connection, heavy with the shared experience of the darkness, the dust, the fear, the desperate labor. Annie saw the exhaustion in his eyes mirrored by her own, but she also saw that unwavering steadiness that both drew her and frightened her. She looked away quickly, turning towards the path leading up the slope to her shack. Connection was a vulnerability she couldn't afford, especially now, especially with him. His quiet interventions, his fleeting words of understanding, they chipped away at her defenses, making the Andy facade feel increasingly fragile. Back in the shack, the silence felt immense, oppressive. Peeling off the mine-stiffened clothes, unwinding the bindings, it was a ritual of pain and relief that left her gasping. The bruising on her shoulder and ribs had deepened to ugly shades of purple and blue. Just looking at it made her feel sick. Simple tasks like washing, fetching water, even moving across the small space were excruciating. She knew she should eat, replenish the energy reserves she'd burned through during the rescue effort. But the thought of food held no appeal. Instead, she found herself reaching for the small, locked wooden box hidden beneath her cot. It contained the few tangible remnants of her past life. A faded daguerreotype of her parents, younger, smiling, full of a hope she could barely remember. A lock of her own long hair tied with a blue ribbon, saved from before she'd sheared it off to become Andy. A few letters, their paper thin and brittle, their ink faded. Touching these objects felt like touching ghosts. They reminded her of who she was, of the life she had lost. the reason she was hiding here in this brutal place under a stolen name. The contrast between that life and this one was a chasm too wide to contemplate for long. It fueled the fear, the desperation to remain hidden. She locked the box quickly, pushing it back out of sight, the ghosts retreating reluctantly into the shadows. As evening deepened, the sounds of Deadwood intensified. Tonight, the usual raucous energy was amplified by the relief and release following the rescue. The piano music seemed louder, the laughter more boisterous, the shouts carrying further on the cool night air. It was a celebration of survival, raw and unrestrained. A part of Annie, the starved, lonely part, yearned to be out there, to feel the thrum of life, even vicariously. But Andy couldn't participate. Andy was quiet, kept to himself, and Annie was too afraid. Harker's suspicions, the marshal's presence, the ever-present risk of discovery, they formed invisible bars around her flimsy shack. Yet staying cooped up also felt dangerous. Harker expected his crew back in the mine tomorrow, injured or not. Showing up looking utterly depleted might raise more questions. She needed food, real food, something more substantial than dry biscuits. And perhaps, just perhaps, being seen out, participating minimally in the camp's rhythm, might help reinforce the illusion of normalcy. Steeling herself, binding her chest again despite the agony, she pulled on the least grimy set of Andy's clothes. The plug of tobacco went back in the pocket, a necessary prop, holding her injured arm stiffly against her side, hoping it looked like weary soreness rather than a significant injury as she ventured out. She decided against the saloons closest to the mine, places Harker frequented. Instead, she headed towards the slightly less disreputable end of the main thoroughfare, towards a place called Bella's Eating House. It was known for decent, filling food at slightly less extortionate prices than elsewhere, patronized by a mix of miners, merchants, and the occasional weary traveler. The eating house was crowded, noisy, thick with the smell of frying meat, boiled coffee, and damp wool. Men sat hunched over plates piled high with steak, beans, and potatoes, talking loudly, gesturing emphatically. Finding an empty stool at the long counter felt like a small victory. She ordered the cheapest offering beef stew and bread, keeping her voice low, her eyes downcast. She ate slowly, mechanically, forcing the food down despite her lack of appetite. The warmth of the stew helped ease some of the chill that seemed lodged deep in her bones. She focused on her plate, trying to block out the surrounding conversations, the clatter of cutlery, the bursts of laughter. But snippets of talk snagged her attention, echoes of the day's events and the ever-present currents of Deadwood life. Lucky beggars, those four. Could have been curtains. Harker's taking credit, naturally. Never saw him lift a shovel heavier than a deck of cards. This drew a few low chuckles. Heard the seaman 4 was looking rich, though. Wonder if this'll slow down the digging. Marshal Egan was asking around again today, still poking into that claim dispute over on Whitewood Creek. Marshal Egan. The name sent a fresh jolt of anxiety through her. So he was still active, still investigating. Was his interest solely on the claim dispute? Or were Harker's insinuations true? Was he looking for someone specific, someone who didn't belong? She took a shaky sip of water, her hand trembling slightly. Suddenly, the swinging doors of the eating house pushed open, and a wave of louder noise swept in from the street, followed by a group of miners, clearly several drinks into their evening celebration. Among them, laughing at some crude joke, was Harker. Annie froze, her stew forgotten. He hadn't seen her yet. She instinctively hunched lower over the counter, pulling her cap down, willing herself to become invisible. But the space was too crowded, escape impossible without drawing attention. Harker and his companions bellied up to the far end of the counter, ordering whiskeys. His voice, loud and grating, dominated the nearby conversation. He was recounting the rescue again, his version growing more heroic with each telling. Annie kept her gaze fixed on her half-eaten stew, praying he wouldn't look her way. Then another figure entered, pausing just inside the doorway, scanning the crowded room. Wyatt. He looked tired but clean, having evidently washed away the mind's grime. He wasn't seeking company, seemed merely intent on getting a quiet meal. His eyes swept the counter, passed over Annie without immediate recognition in her huddled posture, and then paused. He frowned slightly, his gaze sharpening as he registered the familiar battered cap, slight frame, the way she held her left arm stiffly. Recognition dawned. Before Annie could react, before Wyatt could decide whether to approach or ignore her, Harker spotted him too. "Well, looky here. Wyatt, the hero of the hour," Harker boomed, sarcasm dripping from his tone despite the seemingly jovial words. Several miners turned to look. "Come have a drink. Celebrate not being buried alive." Wyatt inclined his head slightly, but didn't move towards Harker's group. "Evening, Harker. Just came for some supper." His voice was quiet, but carried easily. Harker grinned, a predatory gleam in his eyes. "Too good for a celebratory drink with the crew? Or just saving your strength?" He then let his gaze travel pointedly down the counter, landing squarely on Annie. "Maybe got other company?" The implication was crude, deliberate, designed to provoke Wyatt, and simultaneously cast suspicion on Annie, linking them in a way that felt instantly dangerous. Annie's face flushed hot beneath her cap. She felt trapped, exposed. Everyone at the counter was suddenly aware of her, aware of Harker's insinuation. Wyatt's expression didn't change, but Annie saw his jaw tighten almost imperceptibly. He didn't rise to the bait regarding Annie. Instead, he addressed Harker calmly. "Just hungry, Harker. Long shift." He turned his attention pointedly towards the proprietor behind the counter. "Stew still on?" It was a masterful deflection. Calm, direct, refusing to engage with the provocation or acknowledge the link Harker was trying to forge with Annie. But the tension remained thick in the air. Harker grunted, momentarily thwarted but clearly not finished. He shot Annie another look full of smug malice before turning back to his whiskey and companions, though his posture remained subtly challenging towards Wyatt. Wyatt took an empty stool a few spaces down from Annie, pointedly creating distance, yet his presence felt enormous. He ordered his food, ignoring the continued loud talk from Harker's end of the counter. Annie desperately wanted to flee, but leaving now immediately after Harker's comment and Wyatt's arrival would look like flight, like she had something to hide or was reacting to the implied connection. She forced herself to take a few more bites of the now cold stew, her stomach churning. She could feel the weight of glances, curious, speculative from other patrons. Harker's crude remark had planted a seed, linking the quiet, steady Wyatt with the equally quiet, seemingly insignificant Andy. It was an association that could draw unwanted attention from all sides. Wyatt ate his meal with quiet efficiency, seemingly oblivious to the undercurrents swirling around them. But Annie noticed the way his eyes occasionally flickered towards the door, the slight tension in his shoulders. He wasn't as unaffected as he appeared. Was he aware of the danger Harker's comment posed to her? Or was he simply navigating the treacherous social currents of Deadwood as best he could? She finished her stew as quickly as possible, paid her coin with trembling fingers, and slid off the stool. She had to get out. As she moved towards the door, keeping her head down, she had to pass Harker's group. He saw her coming. "Leaving so soon, Andy?" he called out, loud enough for everyone to hear. "Afraid the excitement's too much for you?" Annie didn't stop, didn't look at him. "Long day, boss," she mumbled, pushing through the swinging doors out into the relative cool of the night. She didn't dare look back to see if Wyatt was watching, or if Harker's malevolent gaze followed her into the darkness. She stumbled up the muddy street towards her shack, her heart hammering against her bruised ribs. The echoes from the saloon weren't just Harker's voice or the clink of glasses. They were the echoes of suspicion, insinuation, and a connection, however unwanted or unintentional, forged in the dusty lamplight with a man whose quiet presence felt increasingly like a dangerous spark near the fuse of her hidden life. The fragile anonymity she clung to felt thinner than ever, threatening to tear apart completely. Chapter 8. The Weight of Silence. The flimsy door of the shack clicked shut behind Annie, the sound unnervingly loud in the sudden quiet. Outside, the receding sounds of Deadwood's raucous evening, the tinny piano, a burst of laughter, the distant clang of a blacksmith working late, seemed to emphasize the profound isolation within these four walls. She leaned back against the rough wood, eyes closed, fighting the wave of nausea and dizziness that swept over her. The encounter in the eating house had shredded the last vestiges of her composure, leaving her feeling raw, exposed, and terrifyingly vulnerable. Harker's sneering insinuation, linking her with Wyatt, echoed relentlessly in her mind. It wasn't just the crudeness of it. It was the deliberate malice, the casual way he'd thrown her into the spotlight, using her as a pawn to provoke Wyatt. And Wyatt, his calm deflection had been masterful, saving the immediate situation, yet it offered no lasting protection. If anything, it might have piqued Harker's interest further. Why would the quiet, competent Wyatt bother to shield the insignificant Andy? The question hung in the air like the thick smoke in the saloon, heavy with unspoken possibilities and potential danger. She pushed away from the door, moving stiffly towards the cot. Every muscle screamed in protest. The effort of maintaining the Andy facade throughout the rescue, followed by the tension of the evening, had taken a brutal toll on her already injured body. Unbinding herself was a slow, agonizing process. The cloth strips clung to her skin, stiff with dried sweat and grime. As they came loose, revealing the angry, swollen bruising across her shoulder and ribs, she had to stifle a groan, biting down hard on her trembling lower lip. The pain was no longer just a throb. It was a constant, grinding presence, making even breathing feel like an effort. She sank onto the edge of the cot, shivering despite the relative closeness of the shack. The silence wasn't peaceful. It was heavy, pregnant with fear. It pressed in on her, magnifying the frantic pounding of her heart, the echo of Harker's voice, the memory of Wyatt's steady gaze across the crowded room. He had seen her. Not just Andy the miner, but Andy the target of Harker's malice. And he had acted, however subtly. That act, born of what, pity? Decency? Annoyance at Harker? Felt like a fragile thread connecting them in the darkness, a thread she desperately wanted to sever before it tightened into a noose. Sleep was impossible. Every time she drifted towards unconsciousness, images would flash behind her eyelids, Harker's leering face, the assessing eyes of Marshal Egan, the collapsing tunnel, Wyatt's quiet intensity. She lay rigid on the cot, staring up at the rough, sawn planks of the ceiling, listening to the nocturnal sounds of the camp, a dog barking intermittently, the creak of settling timbers, the distant shouts of late-night revelers. Each sound seemed amplified, potentially menacing. Was that a footstep outside? Was someone watching her shack? Paranoia wrapped around her like a cold shroud. She knew with a sickening certainty that she couldn't face the mine tomorrow. Not like this. The pain was too severe. She could barely lift her arm, let alone swing a pickaxe or haul rock. Showing up in this condition would be suicide for the Andy persona. Harker would seize on it instantly, confirm his suspicions of her softness, her inability to hack it. He might fire her on the spot, or worse, use her weakness as leverage, perhaps forcing her into some other, more degrading form of labor or obligation. The possibilities made her skin crawl. But not showing up. That was equally perilous. An unexplained absence would be noted, questioned. Harker would likely send someone to check, or simply assume she'd skipped out, perhaps confirming his belief that she had something to hide. It might even draw the marshal's attention. There seemed no safe path, only varying degrees of danger. As the first faint hints of gray began to dilute the blackness outside, a desperate plan began to form. She couldn't work, that was clear, but perhaps she could appear willing to work. She could go to the mine entrance, let Harker see her there, visibly struggling but present. Maybe claim sudden sickness, a fever. It was flimsy, transparent perhaps, but better than simply vanishing. It bought time, perhaps, a day to try and recover, to figure out her next move. Getting dressed was an ordeal that left her sweating and trembling. Binding her chest felt like wrapping herself in barbed wire. She moved with excruciating slowness, each small gesture pulling on trousers, buttoning the shirt, sending fresh waves of agony through her shoulder and ribs. She looked at her reflection in the cracked mirror shard. The face staring back was pale, drawn, with dark circles under the eyes. Even with the cap pulled low, the signs of injury and exhaustion were undeniable. Andy looks broken. She forced herself out into the pre-dawn chill. The camp was stirring, miners emerging from shacks and tents, heading towards the various claims, their figures indistinct shapes in the lingering gloom. The air was sharp, carrying the promise of another hot, dusty day. She joined the slow trickle of men heading towards the mine, keeping her head down, her injured arm held protectively against her side. The walk itself was a trial, each step jarring her bruised body. She saw Wyatt ahead, walking alone, his stride steady and purposeful. He hadn't looked back, didn't seem aware of her presence behind him. Annie deliberately slowed her pace, letting the distance between them grow. After last night, proximity felt dangerous, charged. She needed to avoid him, avoid any further interaction that Harker or anyone else might witness and misinterpret. At the mine entrance, the usual controlled chaos reigned. Men collected lamps, tools, exchanged gruff greetings. Harker stood near the cage mechanism, his thick arms crossed, surveying his arriving crew like a sullen overlord. Annie braced herself, approaching him hesitantly. "Boss," she began, her voice barely a whisper, roughened by dust and pain. Harker turned, his eyes immediately narrowing as he took in her appearance. The pallor, the way she cradled her arm, the visible effort it took her just to stand there. A slow, unpleasant smile spread across his face. It wasn't sympathy. It was satisfaction. He had seen her weakness, her struggle, and it confirmed something for him. "Well, well. Look what the cat dragged in," Harker said, his voice laced with contemptuous amusement. "Thought maybe you wouldn't crawl out of your hole this morning, Andy." Got a fever, boss," Annie lied, trying to inject a semblance of conviction into the words. "Woke up burning. Shakes. Don't think I can manage the fever." Harker cut her off, stepping closer, invading her personal space. He reached out, roughly grabbing her chin, forcing her to meet his gaze. His thumb pressed against her jaw hard. Annie flinched, smelling the stale whiskey on his breath. "Or maybe you just ain't got the stomach for real work. Maybe that little rock fall yesterday scared you. Or maybe," his eyes glinted with malice, "you spent too much time enjoying the sights at Bella's last night." Annie wrenched her head away, stumbling back a step. "No, boss. It's a fever. Honest." Her voice trembled, betraying her fear. Harker laughed, a short, ugly bark. "Honest? Ain't much honest about you, is there, Andy? He spat on the ground near her feet. All right. Got a fever, you say? Then you ain't no good down below. He paused, considering. But I ain't paying you to lay up in your shack feeling sorry for yourself. He gestured towards a pile of dull, mud-caked mining lamps near the entrance shed. These lamps need cleaning. Gutters are clogged, reflectors dull. Get 'em shining, and I want 'em done by end of shift. Every last one. It was degrading work usually assigned to the lowest-ranking surface hands or boys too young for the tunnels. It was also work done out in the open near the mine entrance, where everyone coming and going could see her. Harker wasn't just accommodating her fever. He was punishing her, humiliating her, keeping her under his direct observation. Yes, boss, Annie mumbled, shame burning hotter than any fever. She turned towards the pile of lamps, her shoulders slumping. As she did, she saw Wyatt standing near the cage, waiting to descend. He had witnessed the entire exchange. His expression was unreadable, masked by grime and shadow, but his eyes met hers for a split second before the cage door clanged shut and began its rattling descent into the earth. There was no pity in his gaze, no judgment, perhaps nothing at all, just a steady, silent observation that felt heavier, more damning than Harker's open contempt. He knew she wasn't sick. He knew she was injured, struggling. He knew Harker was tormenting her, and he had remained silent. The weight of that silence settled upon Annie as she picked up the first greasy lamp. It was the silence of complicity, perhaps, or the silence of self-preservation, the harsh law of survival in Deadwood. Or maybe it was the silence of someone waiting, watching, reserving judgment. Whatever its source, it felt vast, isolating. She found a relatively sheltered spot out of the main flow of traffic, near the rough-hewn wall of the entrance shed, and began the tedious, messy work. Her hands were soon coated in grease and soot. Cleaning the delicate mechanisms and reflectors required concentration, and a dexterity made difficult by her throbbing shoulder. Each movement was a fresh reminder of her injury, her vulnerability. Miners heading to or from the cage passed by, some ignoring her completely, others shooting curious or pitying glances her way. No one spoke to her. She was Andy, the greenhorn, the slacker assigned women's work, an outcast, marked by Harker's displeasure. The sun climbed higher, beating down mercilessly on the exposed entrance area. Dust swirled with every passing mule train or wagon. Annie's head began to ache, whether from a genuine fever brought on by pain and stress, or simply from the heat and fumes, she couldn't tell. She worked slowly, methodically, focusing on the task, trying to shut out the humiliation, the pain, the gnawing fear. Hours passed. The pile of cleaned lamps grew slowly, agonizingly. Her good arm ached from the repetitive motions. Her injured shoulder felt like a raw wound. She paused, resting her head against the cool wood of the shed wall for just a moment, closing her eyes. "Taking a break already, Andy?" The sharp voice startled her. She looked up. It wasn't Harker. It was Marshal Egan. He stood watching her, his town coat unbuttoned in the heat, his eyes sharp and assessing beneath the brim of his hat. He wasn't smiling. "No, Marshal," Annie said quickly, straightening up, trying to hide her wince of pain. "Just stretching." Egan nodded slowly, his gaze sweeping over the pile of dirty lamps, then the smaller pile of cleaned ones, then settling back on her. "Harker keeping you busy?" "Yes, sir. Lamps needed cleaning." "Heard you were under the weather," Egan remarked casually. But his eyes missed nothing, the paleness of her skin beneath the grime, the way she favored her arm. "Just a touch of fever, Marshal. Better now." Another lie, thin and brittle. Egan didn't comment on the lie. Instead, he asked, "Been in Deadwood long, Andy?" It was the same question as before, but his tone was different now, less casual, more direct. "Few months, sir," Annie repeated, her heart starting to pound again. "Come from far?" Where could she say? What name felt safe? "East," she mumbled vaguely. "Just looking for a new start." "Lots of folks do," Egan agreed softly. He paused, letting the silence stretch, his gaze unwavering. "Funny thing about fresh starts, though. Sometimes the past doesn't want to stay buried. Sometimes it sends someone looking." He watched her reaction closely. "You wouldn't know anything about that, would you, Andy?" The question hung in the hot, dusty air, heavy as unshed tears, sharp as a drawn knife. The weight of silence pressed down, not just Wyatt's silence now, but the silence of her own hidden past, threatening to crack under the marshal's steady, probing gaze. He knew something, or suspected enough to push, and trapped here, under the open sky, covered in grease, with Harker nearby and Wyatt somewhere deep below ground. Annie felt the last of her borrowed courage evaporate, leaving only cold, stark terror. Chapter 9. A Crack in the Facade. Marshal Egan's question lingered in the oppressive heat, sharp and deliberate. "Sometimes the past doesn't want to stay buried. You wouldn't know anything about that, would you, Andy?" It wasn't just a casual inquiry. It was a probe, expertly inserted into the fissure of her fear. Annie's breath caught in her throat, the dusty air suddenly feeling too thick to inhale. Her mind scrambled for a plausible denial, a deflection, anything to turn aside the marshal's unnerving focus. She forced herself to meet his gaze, attempting a look of weary incomprehension, hoping the grime on her face masked the panic churning beneath. "Past is past, Marshal," she mumbled, her voice huskier than usual. "Reckon most folks here got something they'd rather forget. I'm just trying to earn my keep, same as everyone." She gestured vaguely towards the mine entrance with her good hand, a gesture meant to include herself in the general populace of fortune-seekers and escapees. Egan studied her for another long moment, his expression unreadable. He wasn't an overtly intimidating man like Harker, relying on bluster and physical presence. His power lay in his stillness, his observant eyes, the quiet authority that suggested a deep understanding of human nature, particularly its darker corners. He seemed to weigh her response, turning it over, examining its texture. Did it ring true? Or did it sound like the practiced evasion of someone with too much to hide? Finally, he gave a slight, non-committal nod. "Maybe so, Andy. Maybe so." He shifted his weight, his gaze drifting towards the mine shaft, then back to the pile of lamps. "Just remember, trouble tends to stick to folks who draw attention. Keep your head down, do your work, stay out of saloon brawls. Best way to have a quiet life in Deadwood." He paused, his eyes locking with hers again, sharp and meaningful. "Assuming a quiet life is what you're actually after." With that parting shot, delivered in the same neutral tone, he tipped his hat slightly and walked away, heading back towards the main thoroughfare of the camp, leaving Annie feeling as though she'd just survived a near miss with a rattlesnake. He hadn't accused her directly, hadn't revealed any specific knowledge, but his words were a clear warning. He suspected. He was watching. The anonymity she craved was dissolving under his scrutiny, under Harker's malice, under the sheer weight of her secret. She turned back to the lamps, her hands trembling so badly she could barely hold the cleaning rag. Her shoulder throbbed fiercely, a counterpoint to the frantic hammering of her heart. Egan's visit had stripped away another layer of her carefully constructed defense. The facade of Andy, the unremarkable miner, was cracking, revealing glimpses of the frightened woman underneath. The rest of the morning passed in a blur of anxious drudgery. Annie worked automatically, her mind racing, replaying the conversation with Egan, searching for nuances, hidden meanings. Had she said too much? Too little? Had her fear been too obvious? Every passing miner felt like an observer, every distant shout a potential alarm. The sun beat down relentlessly, reflecting off the tin roofs of the nearby buildings, making the air shimmer with heat. Her head pounded and waves of dizziness washed over her periodically. The fever she had feigned felt increasingly real, brought on by stress, pain, and dehydration. She forced herself to keep working, driven by the fear of Harker's reaction if the lamps weren't finished by the end of the shift. The pile diminished with agonizing slowness. Cleaning the intricate parts with her injured arm, practically useless, required painstaking effort. Grease and soot worked their way deep into the lines on her hands, under her fingernails, a visible manifestation of the grime clinging to her soul. Around midday, the cage rattled up from the depths, signaling the shift change for some crews or perhaps bringing up supplies. Annie glanced up wearily as the miners spilled out, blinking in the harsh sunlight. Among them was Wyatt. He emerged looking just as tired as the others, his face streaked with sweat and dust, but he moved with less overt weariness, that inherent steadiness still present. He collected his pay packet, exchanged a few brief words with another miner, then turned, his gaze sweeping the area near the entrance. It landed on Annie, huddled by the shed wall, surrounded by lamps in various states of disassembly. She quickly looked away, focusing intently on rubbing a stubborn spot of grime from a reflector glass. She didn't want to meet his eyes, didn't want to see whatever expression might be there: pity, curiosity, indifference. His silence earlier had been unsettling enough. She couldn't bear another interaction, another subtle gesture that chipped away at her resolve or drew unwanted attention. But he didn't move on immediately. She sensed him hesitate, sensed his gaze lingering on her, on the pile of lamps, on the awkward way she held herself. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw him take a half-step towards her, then stop. He glanced around, perhaps checking if Harker or anyone else significant was watching. Then, seemingly changing his mind, he turned and walked away, heading towards the camp, disappearing into the flow of men seeking food, drink, or rest. His hesitation, that aborted movement towards her, was almost worse than his earlier silence. It suggested conflict, uncertainty. Did he want to offer help? Ask if she was all right? Why? What did he see when he looked at Andy? The questions twisted inside her, adding another layer of confusing complexity to her already fraught existence. His presence, even his absence, felt significant. A constant reminder of the connections she couldn't afford and the scrutiny she couldn't escape. The afternoon dragged on, each hour hotter and more draining than the last. Annie's head swam, and her vision occasionally blurred. She had to stop frequently, leaning against the shed, fighting waves of nausea. She knew she needed water, but the effort of walking to the creek and hauling a bucket back seemed insurmountable. Finally, as the sun began its slow descent towards the western hills, casting long shadows across the gulch, she finished the last lamp. She stacked the cleaned lamps neatly, the polished reflectors gleaming dully in the fading light. The pile of dirty lamps was gone. She had done it. The sense of accomplishment was minimal, overshadowed by exhaustion and dread. Now she had to face Harker again. She waited nervously, wiping greasy hands on her already filthy trousers. The end-of-shift whistle blew, its shrill cry echoing through the gulch. Miners began to emerge from the shaft, their faces grim or weary, heading for their pay and the release of the evening. Harker appeared, his face set in its usual scowl. He stalked over to inspect her work, picking up a lamp, turning it over, squinting at the reflector. Annie held her breath. "Huh," he grunted, setting the lamp down. He inspected another. "Guess you ain't entirely useless, Andy. Maybe there's hope for you yet. It was the closest thing to praise she'd ever heard from him, and though it was heavily laced with condescension. All right, get your pay, and see you're fit for the tunnels tomorrow. No more delicate flower act. Yes, boss, Annie mumbled, relief making her knees weak. She collected her meager wages, the coins feeling heavy in her trembling hand. As she turned to leave, stumbling slightly with fatigue, Harker called after her. And Andy? She paused, looking back warily. Marshal Egan seemed mighty interested in you today, Harker said, his eyes narrowed shrewdly. Might want to watch your step. Folks who attract the law's attention often find Deadwood uncomfortable. It wasn't a threat. Not exactly. More like a calculated piece of information dropped like a stone into the already turbulent waters of her fear. Harker was reminding her that he wasn't the only one watching, that her position was precarious from multiple angles. He was asserting his power, letting her know he saw everything. Annie just nodded numbly and hurried away, desperate to reach the sanctuary of her shack. She navigated the increasingly crowded street in a daze, barely noticing the noise and activity around her. Her entire being was focused on putting one foot in front of the other, on escaping the relentless scrutiny, the suffocating weight of her disguise. She was almost at the path leading up to her shack when a voice called her name, her real name. Annie? Annie Larson? Is that really you? The sound pierced through her exhaustion like an ice pick. She froze, her blood running cold. That voice, vaguely familiar, laced with disbelief. She turned slowly, dread coiling in her stomach like a physical blow. Standing there, bathed in the golden light of the setting sun, was a man she hadn't seen in years. A man from back home. A man who knew exactly who she was and who she definitely wasn't supposed to be. His eyes widened in confirmation as he took in her face. Stripped bare of Andy's usual grime by the day's cleaning efforts, illuminated by the revealing light. The facade didn't just crack, it shattered. In that instant, under the watchful eyes of Deadwood, Annie Larson stood exposed, her carefully constructed world crumbling around her. The past hadn't just sent someone looking, it had found her. Chapter 10. Whispers of the Heart. Time seemed to fracture, splintering into sharp, terrifying fragments. The bustling sounds of Deadwood, the clatter of wagons, distant laughter, the ever-present piano music faded to a dull, insignificant roar. All Annie could hear was the frantic pounding of her own heart against her bruised ribs and the echo of her name, her real name, spoken aloud in this place where she existed only as a shadow. The man standing before her, James Carlson, was older now, his face lined by sun and worry, his clothes sturdy but travel-worn. But his eyes, wide with stunned recognition, were the same ones she remembered from countless church socials and neighborly visits back in Minnesota. He was a farmer, solid and dependable, a man woven into the very fabric of the life she had fled. His presence here now felt like a catastrophic collision of worlds, the past crashing violently into her precarious present. "Annie?" he repeated, taking a hesitant step closer, his voice thick with disbelief. "By God, it is you. Everyone thought, what are you doing here? Dressed like this." His gaze flickered over her rough miner's clothes, the short-cropped hair escaping from beneath the battered cap, the grime still clinging to her skin despite her efforts. Confusion warred with concern on his face. Panic seized Annie, cold and absolute. Her first instinct was raw flight turn, run, disappear back into the anonymity of the gulch's alleys and shadows. But where could she run? He had seen her. He knew her. The carefully constructed identity of Andy was irrevocably compromised. Denial felt futile, Yet admitting the truth felt like signing her own death warrant. You must be mistaken, she stammered, her voice barely a whisper, sounding thin and unconvincing even to her own ears. She tried to pull the cap lower to turn her face away, but it was too late. James shook his head slowly, his eyes filled with a dawning, painful understanding. No mistake, Annie. I'd know Martha Larson's daughter anywhere. Heard rumors you'd gone west after the trouble. But Deadwood? Work in the mines? He lowered his voice, glancing around nervously, suddenly aware of the potential danger of their conversation being overheard. What happened? Why are you hiding like this? The trouble, he referred to the whispers, the accusations, the shame that had driven her from her home hung heavy in the air between them. Seeing it reflected in his concerned, pitying eyes was almost unbearable. It brought back the raw wound of betrayal, the suffocating judgment of the community she'd left behind. It's complicated, James, Annie managed, her throat tight. She desperately needed to control the situation, to get him away from the main thoroughfare, away from potentially watching eyes Harker's men, the marshal, anyone. Can we talk somewhere else? Not here. James nodded quickly, his farmer's practicality taking over even in his shock. Of course. Lead the way. Her mind raced. Her shack was too small, too revealing, too close to prying eyes and ears on the hillside. Where could they go? The creek bank? Too exposed? A saloon? Impossible. She thought of the sparse woods climbing the slopes above the main camp, offering at least a semblance of privacy amongst the pines and scrub oak. This way, she said curtly, turning and heading towards the upward path, moving as quickly as her aching body allowed. James followed silently, his presence behind her a heavy weight, a tangible link to a past she had tried desperately to bury. They climbed in silence, leaving the noise and bustle of the main camp below. The air grew cooler amongst the trees, smelling of pine needles and damp earth. Annie pushed onward until they reached a small, relatively secluded clearing, screened by dense underbrush. Only then did she stop, turning to face him, her heart still pounding a frantic rhythm. All right, James, she said, her voice trembling slightly despite her efforts to control it. What are you doing in Deadwood? He sighed, running a hand through his already disheveled hair. Looking for my brother-in-law, Tom. Came out here chasing gold fever last spring. Haven't heard a word in months. His wife, my sister Sarah, is worried sick. I came to find him, see if he's all right, maybe persuade him to come home. He looked at her, his expression grim. This place, it ain't what the pamphlets promised, Annie. It's rough, dangerous. His words were an understatement. Annie knew the Gulch chewed up men like Tom regularly, spitting them out broke or buried. Have you found any sign of him? She asked, momentarily distracted from her own predicament. James shook his head wearily, asked around. Some think they remember a man matching his description passing through, maybe heading deeper into the hills. Others just shrug. People come and go like tumbleweeds here. He paused, his gaze returning to her full of troubled questions. But finding Tom, that seems almost simple compared to finding you like this. Annie, what happened back home? The whispers? About Mr. Harrison? The bank money? They said you ran off with him? The accusation, spoken aloud after so long, hit Annie like a physical blow. She staggered back a step, leaning against a rough-barked pine for support. No, that's not true, she choked out. The denial fierce, raw. Harrison, he lied. He stole that money, manipulated everything. He tried to force me. When I refused him, he framed me, made it look like I was his accomplice, then vanished. I had no choice but to run. They wouldn't have believed me. No one would have believed a woman against a man like him. Tears she hadn't shed for months. Tears she couldn't afford as Andy welled hot and stinging in her eyes. She scrubbed at them angrily with the back of her greasy hand. James looked stricken, his decent face etched with dismay. Framed you? Oh, Annie, I never believed the worst. Truly, I didn't. It didn't seem like you, not the girl I knew. But the evidence, the way Harrison disappeared right after you did, it looked bad. He sighed heavily. So you came here? To hide? Where else could I go? Annie whispered, the fight draining out of her, leaving only a bone-deep weariness and despair. I had no money, no name, no future. Deadwood. It seemed like a place anyone could disappear. I cut my hair, bought these clothes, became Andy. Just another desperate soul trying to survive. She looked down at her calloused, grimy hands, the hands of Andy the miner. It's the only way I've stayed alive. Silence fell between them, heavy with the weight of her confession and the harsh reality of her situation. James looked utterly overwhelmed, grappling with the transformation of the respectable young woman he remembered into this disguised fugitive figure clinging to survival on the edge of civilization. But Annie, he said finally, his voice low and urgent, you can't keep this up. It's killing you. Look at you. You're hurt. He gestured towards her carefully guarded shoulder. And this place, these men, if they find out who you are, he trailed off, the unspoken danger hanging palpably in the air. You need to get away from here. Come with me. We'll find Tom, and then we'll figure something out. Go somewhere new. Start over properly. Hope flickered faintly, a dangerous spark. Escape. A chance to shed the suffocating skin of Andy, to stop looking over her shoulder constantly. But reality quickly extinguished it. And go where, James? Do what? The minute I show my face as Annie Larson, the past catches up. Harrison might still be looking for me. Or the law. Marshal Egan, here in Deadwood. He's already suspicious. He asked me questions today about my past. The fear returned, cold and sharp. And there are other complications here. She thought of Harker's malice, his suffocating control, and she thought, unwillingly, of Wyatt. His quiet presence, his unsettling awareness, the confusing flickers of kindness that felt like walking on eggshells. How could she explain that tangle of fear and fascination? How could she articulate the way Deadwood, despite its dangers, had become her cage and her refuge? Complications? James prompted gently. Annie shook her head, unable to voice the confusing turmoil Wyatt represented. Just things, people. It's not simple. She looked at James, her oldest link to a life that felt a world away. Your being here, it changes everything. If someone saw us talking, if Harker or the marshal connects you to me. James paled slightly, understanding the implication. I didn't think. I was just so shocked to see you. He looked around the clearing, suddenly seeing the potential danger lurking in the trees. What should we do? I don't want to make things worse for you. You need to be careful, James, Annie urged, her voice low and intense. Don't mention my name to anyone. If asked, you don't know me, haven't seen me. Continue your search for Tom, but be discreet. And we can't be seen together again, and it's too dangerous. The words felt like ash in her mouth, pushing away the one person who represented a lifeline to her past, to herself. He looked pained, conflicted. Leave you here? Like this? Knowing what you're facing? It's the only way, Annie insisted, hardening her heart against the flicker of hope his presence offered. I've survived this long by being invisible. You're recognizing me. It's put a target on my back. The best thing you can do for me now is pretend this conversation never happened." James stared at her, his face a mask of worry and reluctance. He saw the desperation in her eyes, the ingrained fear, the painful resolve. He saw how much this place, this life, had cost her. Finally, he nodded slowly, heavily. "All right, Annie. If that's what you think is best. But if you change your mind, if you need help, find me. I'll be staying at the boarding house near the assayer's office for a few days, asking about Tom." "Thank you, James," she whispered, the words catching in her throat. "Be careful." He reached out instinctively, as if to offer comfort, then let his hand drop, realizing the impropriety, the danger, even in that simple gesture between Andy and himself. He gave her one last long, troubled look, then turned and made his way back down the slope, disappearing into the trees, leaving Annie alone once more in the deepening twilight. She remained frozen for a long time after he was gone, leaning against the pine tree, the rough bark biting into her back. The encounter had ripped open wounds she thought had begun to scar over. James's presence was a stark reminder of everything she had lost, everything she was hiding from, and his recognition proved how fragile her disguise truly was. A faint sound from further up the slope made her stiffen, the snap of a twig, the rustle of leaves. Had someone been watching? Listening? Harker's men? The marshal? Or just a foraging deer? She scanned the darkening woods, her heart pounding, but saw nothing. Slowly, painfully, she pushed herself away from the tree. She had to get back to the shack, back to the suffocating embrace of Andy's identity. But something had shifted irrevocably. The whispers of her past, silenced for so long, had found voice. And deep within the frightened, battered shell of Andy, the whispers of Annie's heart yearning for freedom, for safety, for a life beyond this harsh existence grew louder, more insistent, fueled by the dangerous, terrifying spark of hope James Carson's arrival had ignited. Could she truly extinguish it again, or would it smolder, waiting for the right conditions to burst into flame, consuming her fragile world in the process? The path back down to Deadwood felt steeper, darker, and infinitely more treacherous than before. Chapter 11. Ghosts of Deadwood Creek. The walk back down the slope felt like descending into a deeper circle of hell. Twilight bled into true night, the gulch below transforming into a scattering of flickering lights against an encroaching velvet darkness. Each shadow seemed to writhe with hidden observers, every rustle in the underbrush amplifying Annie's already frayed nerves. Had someone overheard her conversation with James? Had his horrified recognition, his use of her real name, been witnessed? Oh, the paranoia that had become her constant companion now clawed at her with renewed ferocity. Reaching her shack offered little comfort. The flimsy walls felt porous, vulnerable. Locking the door was a meaningless gesture against the fear that seeped in through the cracks. She didn't light the lamp immediately. Standing instead in the thick darkness, listening, straining to hear any unusual sounds outside over the distant thrum of Deadwood's nightlife and the frantic pounding of her own blood in her ears. The encounter with James Carlson had shattered the fragile equilibrium she'd fought so hard to maintain. He was a ghost from a past she needed to keep buried, a living embodiment of the life, the identity she had been forced to abandon. His presence in Deadwood was a flashing beacon, threatening to expose her to Harker, to the marshal, perhaps even to Harrison, should he or his associates ever track her this far. The precarious safety she had carved out for herself as Andy felt it like it was crumbling to dust around her. Her injured shoulder throbbed relentlessly, a physical manifestation of her vulnerability. She moved stiffly in the darkness, finally lighting the small lamp with trembling hands. The meager flame cast long dancing shadows, making the cramped space feel even more claustrophobic. She caught a glimpse of herself in the cracked mirror shard, the pale, haunted face, the short, mannish hair, the ill-fitting clothes. It was the face of Andy, but tonight, the eyes staring back were filled with Annie's terror. Sleep was unthinkable. Her mind raced, trapped in a loop of fear and fractured memories. James's face, etched with concern. Harrison's cruel smile, the memories sharp and sickening. Harker's predatory gaze. Marshal Egan's probing questions. And Wyatt's quiet observation. His unsettling interventions. The weight of his silence. He represented a different kind of danger, not the immediate threat of exposure, but the slow, insidious erosion of her defenses. The awakening of feelings Andy couldn't afford and Annie couldn't survive. She paced the small confines of the shack like a caged animal, the earth floor cold beneath her worn boots. She had told James to pretend he didn't know her, to keep his distance. It was the only logical, safe thing to do. But the act of pushing away that connection, that tangible link to her past self, felt like another kind of self-mutilation. It reinforced her isolation, leaving her utterly adrift in this hostile environment. Could she trust James to keep silent? He was a good man, honest and kind-hearted. But he was also clearly out of his depth in Deadwood, naive to its currents of violence and deceit. What if Harker or someone else pressured him? What if, in his worried search for his brother-in-law, he let something slip inadvertently? The possibilities were endless, each one leading towards disaster. Restless, suffocating, she knew she couldn't stay shut inside the shack. She needed air, space, something to distract her racing thoughts, even if only for a little while. Pulling the cap low, hunching her shoulders to minimize her presence, she slipped back out into the night. She avoided the main thoroughfare, sticking instead to the darker, less traveled paths that wound along the edges of the camp. The moon was hidden behind gathering clouds, casting the landscape in shades of deep gray and black. The air was cooler now, carrying the damp scent of the creek that snaked through the bottom of the gulch. Deadwood Creek, the lifeblood of the camp and its sewer. Its banks were littered with discarded refuse, tailings from the placer mines upstream, and the occasional debris from flash floods. She found herself drawn towards the water, towards the sound of its constant, murmuring flow over rocks and gravel. It was a sound both soothing and melancholic. She followed a narrow track down the muddy bank until she reached a relatively secluded spot downstream from the main crossings, where a cluster of willows dipped their branches towards the dark water. Sitting on a smooth, cold boulder near the water's edge, she hugged her knees to her chest, trying to make herself small. The creek whispered secrets in the darkness, tales of fortunes found and lost, of desperate hopes and broken dreams, of men swallowed by the relentless hunger of the gulch. It felt like a repository of ghosts, their unseen presence mingling with the chill mist rising from the water. She thought of the men trapped in the mine, their relief palpable upon rescue. She thought of James's brother-in-law, Tom, lost somewhere in this vast, uncaring wilderness. She thought of Harrison, the architect of her ruin, wondering where he was, if he ever thought of the life he had destroyed. And she thought of herself, Annie Larson, a ghost haunting her own life, trapped in the guise of a man who didn't exist. Was survival worth this constant fear, this crushing loneliness, this slow erasure of self? The question hung heavy in the night air. James's offer, "Come with me, start over," properly echoed temptingly. But the image of Marshal Egan's watchful eyes, Harker's sneer, the potential pursuit by Harrison. They slammed the door shut on that fantasy. There was no easy escape. A flicker of movement upstream caught her eye. A lone figure, silhouetted against the faint lights reflecting on the water, was slowly making his way along the opposite bank. Annie froze, every muscle tensing. Was it someone looking for her? Harker? Egan? James, disregarding her warning? The figure stopped, seeming to scan the creek bank. Even in the poor light, there was something familiar about his stance, his stillness. As he turned slightly, the faint moonlight filtering through a break in the clouds caught the line of his profile. Wyatt. Her heart leaped into her throat. What was he doing out here, alone by the creek at this hour? Was he simply seeking solitude like her, or was he looking for someone? Her. The thought sent a fresh wave of panic through her. After the events of the day, the encounter with James, she couldn't bear another interaction with him. Couldn't face the questions his quiet gaze always seemed to ask. She pressed herself deeper into the shadows of the willows, hoping the darkness and the distance would conceal her. She watched him, barely breathing. He wasn't looking in her direction. He seemed preoccupied, his gaze fixed on the dark, flowing water. He stood there for a long time, perfectly still, a solitary figure lost in thought. There was a profound melancholy about him in that moment, a sense of burdens carried silently, that resonated unexpectedly with her own hidden grief. Who was he, really? Beyond the competent miner, the quiet observer, did he have ghosts of his own haunting the banks of Deadwood Creek? Everyone in this place carried secrets, scars, regrets. What were his? The thought was dangerous, drawing her towards an empathy, a curiosity she couldn't afford. He was a complication, a potential threat to her anonymity, nothing more. She had to remember that. Finally, he seemed to shake himself slightly, like a man waking from a dream. He turned and began walking slowly back the way he had come, his silhouette eventually merging with the deeper shadows upstream, leaving Annie alone once more with the whispering creek and her own clamoring fears. His unexpected appearance, his silent vigil by the water, left her deeply unsettled. It was another crack in the facade, not just hers, but perhaps his as well. It hinted at depths, at complexities, beneath the surface she hadn't considered. It made him seem less like a simple obstacle or a potential danger, and more like a person navigating his own shadowed path through this unforgiving place. The encounter, though silent and distant, shifted something within her. The sharp edges of her immediate panic began to soften slightly, replaced by a duller, more pervasive ache of loneliness and confusion. Seeing Wyatt there, seemingly lost in his own thoughts, hadn't lessened her fear, but it had subtly altered its texture. It underscored the shared human condition of carrying burdens in silence, even if their respective burdens were vastly different. She stayed by the creek for a long time, listening to the water's flow, feeling the cool night air on her face. The ghosts of Deadwood Creek felt less menacing now, more like fellow travelers in the darkness. She knew she had to return to the shack, had to somehow gather the strength to face another day as Andy, had to maintain the crumbling facade despite James's arrival and Egan's suspicions. But as she finally rose, her bruised body protesting, and turned back towards the sleeping, dangerous camp, the image of Wyatt standing alone by the water lingered. It was a whisper not of the past or of danger, but of the enigmatic human heart, beating silently, stubbornly, even in the deepest shadows of the gulch. And that whisper felt like the most confusing, most perilous development of all. Chapter 12. Between the Hammer and the Anvil. Sunrise over Deadwood Gulch brought no solace, only the harsh imperative of survival. Annie dragged herself from the thin blanket on the cot, every muscle screaming in protest, her shoulder a nexus of agonizing pain. The encounter with James, the unsettling sighting of Wyatt by the creek, Marshal Egan's pointed questions, they had coalesced into a knot of dread that sat heavy as unmined ore in her stomach. Sleep had been fleeting, fractured by nightmares where faces merged and shifted James, morphing into Harker. Egan's eyes appearing in Wyatt's steady gaze, Harrison's laughter echoing from the mine shaft. She knew with chilling certainty that she had to return to the tunnels today. Harker's grudging acceptance of her favor yesterday had been a one-time reprieve, granted more out of spiteful humiliation than sympathy. Showing up claiming illness again was unthinkable. Failing to show up at all would be tantamount to signing her own death warrant in Harker's eyes, and likely attracting Egan's immediate, unwanted attention. She was caught, well and truly, between the hammer of Harker's malice and the anvil of Egan's suspicion. Binding her chest felt like an act of deliberate torture. The cloth scraped against the raw, bruised skin, forcing shallow breaths, each inhale a fresh wave of agony. She pulled on the stiff, concealing clothes, the movement slow, measured, punctuated by gritted teeth and stifled groans. Looking in the mirror shard, she saw the deep shadows under her eyes, the pallor beneath the ingrained grime, the telltale stiffness in her posture. Andy looked like hell. Could she possibly fool anyone? Let alone the hawk-eyed Harker or the observant Wyatt. She forced down some water and a dry biscuit, her stomach rebelling at the thought of food. The need to maintain the facade, to project strength she didn't possess, felt like an impossible burden. She tucked the useless plug of tobacco back into her pocket, the pathetic symbol of her borrowed masculinity, pulled the cap low, and stepped out into the gray morning light, bracing herself for the ordeal ahead. The walk to the mine entrance was a slow-motion agony. Every step jarred her injured shoulder and ribs. She kept her head down, avoiding eye contact, trying to blend into the stream of weary miners. She saw James Carlson across the muddy thoroughfare, standing near the assayer's office, looking lost and anxious as he presumably continued the search for his brother-in-law. Their eyes met for a fleeting second. A look of shared fear and unspoken communication passed between them, before Annie quickly looked away, her heart pounding. Seeing him again, so visibly out of place, reinforced the danger his presence represented. Anyone observant could connect the dots between the worried newcomer from Minnesota and the equally out-of-place Andy. Wyatt was already near the cage, talking quietly with another miner Annie didn't recognize. He glanced up as she approached, his gaze lingering for a fraction of a second longer than usual. Did he notice her pallor, her stiffness, or was it her imagination, fueled by paranoia and the unsettling memory of seeing him by the creek? His expression remained neutral, revealing nothing before he turned back to his conversation. The very neutrality felt like a weight, a deliberate withholding of reaction that was almost more unnerving than open scrutiny. Harker stood near the shaft, arms crossed, his usual scowl firmly in place. He watched Annie limp towards him, his eyes narrowed with cynical appraisal. "Look who decided to grace us with his presence," Harker sneered as she drew near. "Feeling better today, Andy? Or just run out of excuses?" "Better, boss," Annie forced out, keeping her voice low and steady, trying to project a weary resilience. "Ready for the shift," Harker grunted, unconvinced. "See that you are." He jabbed a finger towards the waiting cage. "Get below, and stay out of the way if you can't keep up. I ain't running a hospital." The cage descended, plunging them back into the familiar subterranean world of damp, chill, earthy smells and oppressive darkness. Annie leaned against the cold metal bars, trying to gather her strength, acutely aware of the press of bodies around her, aware of Wyatt standing just a few feet away, silent and unreadable in the flickering lamplight. Down in the drift, the familiar sounds of picks and shovels began their rhythmic assault. Harker assigned Annie to a section slightly removed from the main activity, ostensibly to work a less promising side vein, but she suspected it was more to keep her out of the way where her anticipated slowness wouldn't impede the others. The isolation felt both like a small mercy and a heightened vulnerability. If something happened, if she faltered badly, she was less likely to be immediately noticed, less likely to receive help. Picking up the heavy tool felt like lifting lead. The first swing of the pickaxe sent blinding pain shooting through her shoulder, radiating down her arm and across her back. Nausea surged, and black spots danced before her eyes. She swayed, catching herself against the rough rock wall, gasping for breath. This was impossible. She couldn't do it. She couldn't maintain the facade for 10 minutes, let alone an entire shift. Panic clawed at her. What could she do? Confess to Harker? Beg for lighter duty? The thought was instantly dismissed. He would relish her weakness, likely fire her, or worse. Try to sneak away? Impossible. Where would she go? And the consequences of being caught deserting would be severe. She took another shaky breath, forcing herself to try again. She adjusted her stance, trying to use her legs and her good arm almost exclusively, letting the pick fall with gravity rather than forcing the swing. It was awkward, inefficient, and still agonizing, but marginally manageable. She chipped away at the rock face, focusing on enduring the next minute, then the next. Each small fragment dislodged felt like a monumental victory. Time stretched and warped in the dim light. Minutes felt like hours. The rhythmic thud of her own inefficient pick strokes seemed deafeningly loud in her relative isolation, advertising her struggle. She could hear the steady, more powerful rhythm of other miners working further down the drift, a constant reminder of her inadequacy. She paused, leaning heavily on the pickaxe handle, trying to catch her breath, fighting back tears of pain and frustration. Through the haze of her own misery, she became aware of someone approaching. Her head snapped up, fear lancing through her. Harker? But it was Wyatt. He stopped a few yards away, ostensibly examining the rock formation near her section. He didn't look directly at her, didn't speak. He simply placed a small, canvas-wrapped bundle on a relatively flat rock between them. Then, with the same quiet efficiency, he turned and went back to his own work area further down the drift. Annie stared at the bundle, her heart pounding. What was it? Why had he left it there? Was it a trap? A test? Or something else? Hesitantly, moving stiffly, she edged closer. The bundle was small, tied securely with twine. Her fingers trembled as she fumbled with the knot. Inside, nestled in the rough canvas, were 2 thick slices of bread, a chunk of cooked meat salt pork, by the smell, and a small tin flask. She uncorked the flask cautiously. Water, clean water, not the gritty, mineral-tainted stuff usually available in the mine. Tears sprang to her eyes again, hot and sudden. This wasn't pity. It wasn't charity, and not in the condescending way Harker might offer it. It was sustenance, offered silently, discreetly, without expectation or explanation. An acknowledgement of her struggle, perhaps, but more than that, a practical gesture of support in a place where such things were rarer than nuggets of pure gold. Why? The question screamed in her mind. Why would he risk notice, risk Harker's ire for her? Did he suspect her secret? Did he simply dislike Harker's bullying? Or was there something more personal driving his actions? She looked down the dimly lit drift towards where he worked. his figure partially obscured by shadows and rock pillars. He seemed completely absorbed in his task, giving no indication he was watching her or awaiting a reaction. Her hunger, suppressed by pain and anxiety, suddenly asserted itself with a vengeance. She hadn't realized how depleted she was. She retreated slightly further into the shadows of her alcove and ate ravenously, wolfing down the bread and meat, the simple food tasting better than anything she could remember. The cool water from the flask soothed her raw throat and eased the pounding in her head. The food and water provided more than just physical strength. They offered a sliver of hope, a fragile reinforcement against the despair that threatened to engulf her. Someone saw her struggle. Someone, for reasons unknown, had offered a silent, practical kindness. It didn't change her fundamental situation. Harker was still a threat. Egan was still suspicious. Her secret was still a crushing burden. But it made the immediate moment, the next swing of the pickaxe, seem slightly less impossible. She wrapped the empty flask back in the canvas, tucking it away, unsure what to do with it. Returning, it felt too direct, too acknowledging of the unspoken transaction. Leaving it seemed ungrateful. Another complication, another tightrope to walk. Fueled by the unexpected sustenance, she returned to her work with renewed, albeit still painful, determination. She could manage this. She could survive this shift. She focused on the rock, on the rhythm, blocking out everything else. Later, Harker made his rounds, pausing near her section. Annie braced herself, trying to look busy, competent. "Still breathing, Andy?" he grunted, his eyes scanning her meager progress. "Thought maybe you'd have collapsed by now." "Doing all right, boss," Annie replied, keeping her voice even. Harker squinted at her, perhaps noticing a slight improvement in her energy level, perhaps just seeking a new angle for torment. "Don't get any ideas about slacking. I'm watching you." He spat near her boots and moved on. Annie let out a slow breath. She had survived his scrutiny for now. She glanced again towards Wyatt's work area. He was still there, a steady presence in the gloom. Had he heard Harker? Probably. He heard everything, it seemed. Yet he gave no sign. The shift continued, a grueling endurance test, measured in pain and willpower. Annie worked doggedly, fueled by Wyatt's unexpected gift and the sheer terror of failure. She felt trapped, squeezed between Harker's open hostility and Wyatt's silent, unnerving awareness. One represented overt danger, the other a subtle, possibly more perilous, undermining of the walls she needed to maintain. She was caught between the hammer and the anvil, and the pressure was becoming unbearable. Every swing of the pickaxe felt like another blow, threatening to shatter the fragile structure of her disguised life. Chapter 13. A Fragile Trust. Emerging from the mine that evening felt less like a rebirth and more like crawling out of a grave. The physical agony in Annie's shoulder and ribs had settled into a deep, grinding ache, a constant reminder of the day's brutal exertion. But overlaid on the physical pain was a profound mental exhaustion, the residue of constant vigilance, fear, and the bewildering conflict stirred by Wyatt's silent intervention. As she collected her meager pay miraculously, Harker hadn't docked her for perceived slacking. Perhaps grudgingly acknowledging her stubborn persistence, she avoided looking towards Wyatt. He stood slightly apart, as usual, talking quietly with the same miner from the morning shift. Annie slipped away quickly, melting into the homeward-bound throng, the small canvas-wrapped flask tucked awkwardly inside her shirt, a secret weight against her skin. Back in the shack, the silence felt different tonight. Less oppressive, perhaps, but charged with a new kind of attention. The memory of the food, the water, offered so discreetly in the mind's depths, lingered. It was a gesture that defied easy categorization within the harsh rules of Deadwood. It wasn't charity and wasn't pity, wasn't any overture she could readily understand or dismiss. It felt personal, and that was the most terrifying aspect of all. She unwrapped the flask carefully. It was a simple tin flask, dented and worn, clearly belonging to a working man. Returning it felt necessary, a way to close the loop on the unspoken transaction, to prevent it from becoming an obligation or a debt. But how? Approaching him directly felt impossibly risky, potentially drawing unwanted attention, especially after Harker's insinuations. Leaving it somewhere felt cowardly, dismissive of the kindness, however puzzling, it represented. She cleaned the flask meticulously, rinsing it with her precious water supply, polishing the tin until it shone dully in a lamplight. Holding it felt strangely intimate, a tangible link to the enigmatic man who moved through the shadows of her life like a phantom. Who was he to offer such help? What did he see when he looked at the struggling, disguised figure of Andy? Sleep remained elusive, her mind circling the events of the day. Harker's relentless pressure, Egan's probing gaze, James Carson's worried face glimpsed across the street, and Wyatt. Always Wyatt, his actions speaking volumes, his silence only amplified. A fragile, tentative shoot of something akin to trust was trying to push its way through the impacted soil of her fear. Trust was a dangerous weed in Deadwood, capable of choking the life out of caution. Yet the memory of his help and the sheer relief it had provided couldn't be easily dismissed. He hadn't used her weakness against her. He had, in his own way, helped her survive another day under Harker's thumb. The next morning, the routine of preparation felt marginally less torturous. The intense, sharp pain in her shoulder had subsided slightly, replaced by a deep, persistent ache and stiffness. But it felt manageable compared to the agony of the previous day. Binding herself was still painful but bearable. Perhaps the food and water, the small respite, had allowed her body a fraction of recovery. Or perhaps it was the fragile tendril of hope Wyatt's gesture had planted. She tucked the clean flask back into the canvas wrapping and slipped it inside her shirt before heading out. Her plan was simple, fraught with risk, but seemingly the only option. She would try to leave the flask somewhere she knew Wyatt frequented, somewhere relatively private, where he might find it without her having to confront him directly. At the mine entrance, the usual controlled chaos unfolded. Annie kept her head down, avoiding Harker's glare, and took her place waiting for the cage. Wyatt arrived moments later, nodding a curt acknowledgement to the men nearby, his gaze sweeping the area briefly before settling forward. He didn't look directly at Annie, yet she felt hyper-aware of his presence, of the small, canvas-wrapped package hidden beneath her own rough shirt. The descent was filled with the usual rattling and jostling. Annie positioned herself near the back of the cage, trying to remain inconspicuous. As they reached the bottom and the miners began to file out into the drift, she saw her chance. Near the timbers, supporting the main tunnel entrance, there was a small, relatively clean niche in the rock wall, often used by miners to stash small personal items during the shift. It was partially obscured from the main flow of traffic, but easily accessible. Heart-pounding, feigning a need to adjust her boot, she lagged slightly behind the others. In the dim, flickering lamplight, she quickly slipped the canvas-wrapped flask into the niche, ensuring it was tucked back, unlikely to be immediately noticed by anyone else. Then, straightening up, she hurried to catch up with her assigned crew, not daring to look back, unsure if anyone, especially Wyatt, had observed her furtive action. Harker assigned her to a similar section as the previous day, slightly removed, still testing her endurance. The work remained grueling, her shoulder protesting every swing, but it wasn't the blinding agony of before. She could manage, albeit slowly. She focused on the rhythm, on conserving her strength, acutely aware of the unspoken expectation that she prove Harker wrong, prove she wasn't the delicate flower he accused her of being. Mid-morning, she saw Wyatt walk past her section, heading towards the main tunnel entrance, perhaps to fetch a different tool or check on something. He didn't glance her way, his stride purposeful. Annie held her breath. Would he notice the niche? Would he see the flask? She strained her ears, listening for any pause in his footsteps, any indication he had stopped. But his tread continued steadily, receding down the tunnel. Disappointment warred with relief. Maybe he hadn't seen it. Or maybe he had and simply chosen not to acknowledge it yet. The ambiguity was maddening. She forced her attention back to the rock face, chipping away, trying to ignore the constant thrum of anxiety. An hour or so later, Wyatt returned, carrying a length of timber. As he passed her section again, his gaze flickered briefly towards the niche in the rock wall. It was empty. Annie's heart gave a lurch. He had taken it. The silent communication was complete. He had offered help, she had accepted it, and returned the token. No words exchanged, no witnesses, yet something significant had passed between them. A fragile bridge of understanding, perhaps, or merely a temporary truce in the hostile landscape of the mine. A strange sense of lightness settled over her, surprising in its intensity. It wasn't relief from danger that was ever present. It was the faint, unfamiliar warmth of connection, however tenuous and unspoken. For the first time since arriving in Deadwood, she didn't feel entirely, utterly alone in her struggle. Someone else knew, at least partially, and hadn't used it against her. This fragile trust, however, brought its own anxieties. It created an invisible thread between them, a thread that could easily become tangled, noticed. If Harker sensed any kind of alliance, however silent, between her and Wyatt, his malice could escalate dangerously, directed at both of them. And what did Wyatt expect, if anything, in return? His motives remained opaque, shrouded in the same quiet intensity that characterized his every action. She worked through the rest of the shift with a renewed, albeit cautious energy. The ache in her shoulder was a constant companion, but the gnawing edge of despair had lessened slightly. She managed to keep pace, her pile of ore growing steadily, if not impressively. When Harker made his round, she met his scrutinizing gaze with a flicker more confidence than before, earning only a non-committal grunt before he moved on. As the shift ended and the miners trudged towards the cage, Annie found herself walking near Wyatt in the crowded tunnel. It wasn't deliberate, just the natural flow of the exiting crew. They didn't speak, didn't acknowledge each other beyond the necessary maneuvering in the tight space, yet the silence between them felt different now. Less like avoidance, more like a shared, unspoken understanding. The air crackled with a low-level tension, not necessarily hostile, but charged. In the cage, pressed close by the weary bodies of other miners, her arm brushed against his. She felt the solid warmth of him through the rough layers of clothing, a jolt of awareness, sharp and unexpected. She quickly pulled her arm away, her face flushing beneath the grime, hoping the dim light hid her reaction. Did he notice? His face remained impassive, gaze fixed upwards toward the approaching light. Emerging into the late afternoon sun felt less like an escape and more like entering a different kind of battlefield. The dangers of the mine were replaced by the dangers of the Camp Harker's lingering suspicion, Egan's watchful eyes, the constant risk of James Carlson's presence being discovered or misinterpreted. As she collected her pay, she saw Wyatt nearby, seemingly waiting. Not looking at her, but not leaving either. Her heart hammered against her ribs. Was he going to speak to her? Here? Now? In the open? He didn't approach. He simply waited until she had her coins, then turned and began walking towards the main camp. After a few paces, he paused, glancing back almost imperceptibly, not directly at her, but in her general direction, before continuing on his way. It wasn't an invitation, not explicitly. But it wasn't a dismissal either. It was another ambiguous gesture, leaving her rooted to the spot, confused, uncertain, and profoundly unsettled. The fragile trust established in the darkness below felt even more precarious under the wide, unforgiving sky of Deadwood. It was a currency she couldn't afford to spend, yet couldn't afford to refuse. It bound her to Wyatt in ways she didn't understand, adding another layer of complexity, another potential weak point to the crumbling facade of her hidden life. The path forward seemed more obscured than ever, shrouded in the dust of uncertainty and the unsettling whispers of a connection she neither sought nor knew how to handle. Chapter 14. The Prospector's Curse. The next few shifts settled into a tense, unspoken rhythm. Annie worked doggedly in the mine, pushing her aching body to its limits, desperate to avoid Harker's ire and prove she could handle the grueling labor. The pain in her shoulder remained a constant, unwelcome companion, but it had subsided to a level she could manage, fueled by stubbornness and the lingering warmth of Wyatt's unexpected kindness. Harker watched her, his eyes narrowed with suspicion, occasionally making snide remarks, but he seemed grudgingly satisfied with her output, reserving his most venomous attention for other perceived slackers. For now, the hammer blow was held in check. Wyatt maintained his quiet distance, yet his presence felt subtly altered. The silent offering of food wasn't repeated, nor was it necessary. The single act had shifted the dynamic, creating an invisible awareness between them. There were no more overt gestures, no more hushed words, but Annie often felt his gaze on her, brief and unreadable, when he thought she wasn't looking. Sometimes, working nearby, he would shift a heavy rock or place a timber support in a way that seemed almost calculated to ease her own task, though always done casually, without drawing attention. These minute adjustments, these fleeting moments of consideration, built upon the fragile trust established by the shared flask, weaving a complex, unnerving pattern of connection she didn't know how to interpret. She saw James Carlson occasionally in the camp, usually near the mercantile or the assayer's office, his face etched with growing worry and frustration. He was clearly making no progress in finding his brother-in-law. They kept their pact, avoiding direct contact, exchanging only brief, anxious glances when their paths inadvertently crossed. But Annie knew his continued presence was a ticking clock. Sooner or later, someone Harker, Egan, some gossip monger in a saloon, would make the connection between the concerned farmer from Minnesota asking after a lost man and the quiet, out-of-place miner called Andy. The anvil of suspicion felt ever-present, threatening to fall. One sweltering afternoon, as the shift drew to a close, rumors began to circulate through the tunnels, passed in hushed tones between sweating miners. Old Man Hemlock, a grizzled, solitary prospector who worked a small, played-out claim up Deadwood Creek, hadn't been seen in camp for several days. Hemlock was eccentric, known for keeping to himself and hoarding rumors of a secret strike he'd made deeper in the hills, but his regular trips into Deadwood for supplies were predictable. His absence was unusual enough to cause comment. "Likely just holed up, drunk on his own rotgut," one miner scoffed near Annie. "Or maybe," another countered, lowering his voice, "maybe that secret strike weren't just talk. Maybe someone decided they wanted it for themselves." The words sent a familiar chill down Annie's spine. Claim jumping, theft, and violence were grimly commonplace in the Gulch. Prospectors who struck it rich, especially solitary ones, often became targets. Hemlock, with his rumored wealth and known isolation, was particularly vulnerable. As they emerged from the mine into the blinding late-day sun, the talk of Hemlock's disappearance had solidified. A small group of concerned miners, mostly men who had claims near Hemlock's or occasionally shared a drink with him, were conferring near the entrance. Marshal Egan was there, listening intently, his face grim. Annie lingered on the periphery, ostensibly adjusting her bootlace, straining to hear. 3 days, maybe 4, since anyone saw him come down for supplies, one man was saying. His mule still tethered near his shack, but no sign of Hemlock. Shack door was barred from the outside, added another. Looked like he just vanished. Egan asked quiet questions, his eyes sharp. Any signs of struggle? Forced entry? Nothing obvious, Marshal. Place is always a mess, but felt wrong. Too quiet. Any known enemies? Egan pressed. Anyone he had trouble with recently? There were shrugs, uncertain murmurs. Hemlock was gruff, kept to himself, but wasn't known for picking fights. Then one miner spoke up hesitantly. He did have words with Harker a couple weeks back. Something about water rights down by his claim. Annie's blood ran cold. Harker. Of course. Harker always seemed to be lurking at the edges of trouble, his greed and bullying nature a constant source of friction. Egan's gaze sharpened further, but he made no immediate comment. All right, Egan said finally. I'll ride up there myself tomorrow morning, take a proper look around. Anyone who knows the area well, feel free to join me. Best meet at my office, sunup. The group dispersed, muttering amongst themselves. Annie turned away, her mind racing. Hemlock missing. Harker potentially involved. Egan investigating. It felt like the simmering tensions of Deadwood were about to boil over, and she was caught dangerously close to the heat. She saw Wyatt standing nearby, listening to the discussion with his usual quiet intensity. He hadn't volunteered any information or offered to join Egan's posse, but his gaze was thoughtful, almost troubled. As Annie turned to leave, his eyes met hers briefly. Again, that fleeting, unreadable connection. Did he suspect Harker too? Did he know more than he was letting on? That evening, the mood in Deadwood felt subtly different. The usual boisterous energy was overlaid with a current of unease. Hemlock's disappearance was the main topic of conversation in the saloons and eating houses. Theories abounded: foul play, an accident in the hills, simply wandering off in a drunken stupor. But the shadow of violence, the prospector's curse, of striking it rich only to attract deadly attention, hung heavy in the air. Annie sought refuge in her shack, the 4 walls feeling more like a cage than ever. She couldn't shake a sense of foreboding. Hemlock's disappearance felt like a dark omen, a reminder of the fragility of life and fortune in this place. It highlighted her own vulnerability, her own precarious existence on the fringes. She found herself thinking about the secret strike Hemlock was rumored to have made. Gold fever was the engine that drove Deadwood, the relentless hunger that gnawed at men's souls, pushing them to incredible feats of endurance and horrifying acts of betrayal. Was Harker capable of murder over a rich claim? Annie had no doubt. She had seen the coldness in his eyes, the casual cruelty he inflicted on those weaker than himself. If he believed Hemlock had found something valuable. A sudden sharp knock on her flimsy door sent Annie scrambling back from the cot, her heart leaping into her throat. No one ever knocked on her door. Harker, Egan, James throwing caution to the wind? Andy, a low voice called softly. Wyatt? Annie froze, paralyzed by shock and fear. Why was he here? What did he want? Should she open the door? Pretend she wasn't there? But he knew she was. The lamp was lit, casting flickering light through the cracks in the wall. Taking a deep, shaky breath, trying to steady her racing pulse. She moved towards the door. "Yeah?" she called back, pitching her voice low, trying to sound like Andy. "Need a word," Wyatt said, his voice still low, almost muffled by the thin wood. "Safe." "Safe? What did he mean?" Hesitantly, her hand trembling, she lifted the simple wooden bar securing the door and pulled it open a crack, peering out into the darkness. Wyatt stood there alone, his silhouette framed against the faint lights of the camp below. He wasn't wearing his usual mine-stained clothes, but cleaner trousers and a dark shirt. His face was mostly in shadow, but she could feel the intensity of his gaze. "Can I come in?" he asked quietly. "Won't take long." Her mind screamed warnings. Letting him in felt like crossing a definitive line, shattering the last vestiges of her protective isolation. But turning him away after his kindness, after the fragile trust established between them, felt equally impossible. And perhaps he knew something about Hemlock, about Harker, something she needed to hear. Caught again between fear and a desperate need for information, for any kind of ally, she pulled the door open wider. "All right," she mumbled, stepping back to let him enter the cramped, poorly lit space. He ducked slightly to clear the low door frame and stepped inside, bringing the cool night air and the faint scent of pine and wood smoke with him. He glanced around the small, bare shack, taking in the meager cot, the rough shelf with its few supplies, the general air of impoverished solitude. His gaze lingered for a moment on the cracked mirror shard, then met hers. The silence stretched, thick with unspoken questions and uncertainties. Annie stood rigidly, her arms wrapped around herself, waiting, her heart pounding a heavy rhythm against her ribs. Why was he here? What revelation, or what new danger, had brought him to her door under the cover of darkness? The prospector's curse seemed to have cast its long shadow, reaching even into the supposed sanctuary of her hidden life. Chapter 15. When the dust settles uneasily. The small shack seemed to shrink further with Wyatt's presence inside it. He filled the space, not just physically, though his lean frame seemed taller, broader within the confines of the low ceiling and narrow walls, but with an intensity, a contained energy that hummed beneath his quiet exterior. The dim lamplight cast deep shadows across his face, highlighting the strong line of his jaw, and the weariness etched around his eyes, making his expression difficult to read. Yet Annie felt his gaze acutely, a palpable weight. He didn't speak immediately, his eyes taking in the stark poverty of her surroundings, the rough-hewn cot with its thin blanket, the makeshift hearth, the few utensils hanging from pegs. It wasn't a judgmental gaze, more an observational one, as if piecing together fragments of the puzzle that was Andy. Annie shifted uncomfortably, suddenly intensely aware of the grease stains on her trousers, the frayed cuffs of her shirt, the sheer inadequacy of her shelter. It felt like he was seeing past the disguise, not necessarily to the woman beneath, but to the desperation that fueled the charade. "Thank you," he said finally, his voice low and steady, breaking the thick silence, "for returning the flask." He gestured slightly towards the niche where she'd left it in the mine. "Discreet." Annie just nodded mutely, unsure how to respond. Acknowledging the exchange felt dangerous, reinforcing the connection she simultaneously craved and feared. Wyatt didn't press for a verbal response. He seemed to understand the precariousness of her situation, the need for caution. "Heard the talk," he continued, his tone serious. "About old man Hemlock." "Yeah," Annie managed, her voice barely a whisper. "Hard not to." "Marshal Egan's riding out tomorrow," Wyatt stated. Less a question than a confirmation. "Taking volunteers." Annie waited, uncertain where he was leading. Was he asking if she was going, accusing her of knowing something? Harker's name came up, Wyatt said, his eyes locking with hers, sharp and direct. Water rights dispute. The air crackled with unspoken suspicion. He clearly harbored the same doubts about Harker's potential involvement as she did. Voicing it aloud, even here, felt dangerous, like speaking treason. Harker argues with everyone, Annie said carefully, choosing her words, testing the ground. Doesn't mean... No, Wyatt agreed quietly. It doesn't mean anything for certain. But Harker has a way of wanting what other folks have, and Hemlock, folks talked about him finding color, real color. He paused, letting the implication hang in the air. Egan's no fool. He heard the talk about Harker, too. So Wyatt had been aware of the exchange near the mine entrance, had noted Egan's reaction. He missed very little. "What are you saying?" Annie asked, her voice trembling slightly despite herself. "I'm saying," Wyatt leaned slightly closer, lowering his voice further, "that things might get complicated. Egan starts poking around Harker. Harker gets nervous. Nervous men do stupid things. They look for scapegoats. They lash out." His gaze was intense, unwavering. "Harker doesn't like you, Andy. He sees you as weak. Makes him feel strong to push you around, if he feels cornered." The unstated threat hung heavy between them. If Harker felt pressured by Egan's investigation into Hemlock's disappearance, he might try to divert attention, create a distraction. And the quiet, seemingly vulnerable Andy, already under Harker's thumb, already attracting Egan's notice, would be a prime target. He could accuse her of theft, of incompetence, fabricate some charge to discredit her or worse, use her as leverage. Fear, cold and sickening, washed over Annie. Wyatt wasn't just sharing gossip, he was issuing a warning delivered personally, under the cover of darkness, at considerable risk to himself should he be seen visiting her. Why are you telling me this?" she whispered, the question torn from her. Wyatt hesitated, a flicker of something unreadable crossing his face. He looked away for a moment towards the rough wall as if gathering his thoughts. "Because," he said finally, his gaze returning to hers, steady and serious, "down in that mine, life depends on watching out for the unstable ground, not just the rock. The people, too." He paused. "Harker's unstable ground, and you're standing too close to the edge." It was the closest he had come to acknowledging her vulnerability, her precarious position, beyond the simple fact of her injury. He saw the danger she was in, the specific threat Harker posed, and he had chosen to warn her. "What can I do?" The question was a plea forced out by desperation. She felt trapped, powerless against forces like Harker and the grinding wheels of suspicion. Wyatt considered this, rubbing his jaw thoughtfully. "Keep your head down more than ever. Avoid Harker as much as possible. Don't give him any excuse, any opening, and stay away from trouble. If Egan asks more questions, keep your answers simple. Stick to your story. Don't volunteer anything." He looked around the small shack again. "And maybe think about finding a different place. This gulch, it eats people like Hemlock. It eats people who have secrets, too." The suggestion shocked her. Leave Deadwood? Where would she go? How? The idea felt both terrifying and tantalizingly hopeful. But it was impossible. She had no money, nowhere to run. Andy was trapped here, just as Annie was. "Can't," she said flatly, shaking her head. "Got no place else to go. No money." Wyatt nodded slowly, accepting her answer without argument. Perhaps he had expected it. "All right," he said quietly. "Then just be careful. Watch your back. Not everyone who offers a hand is trying to help you up." The warning resonated deeply, reminding her of Harrison, of the betrayal that had set her on this path. Trust was a fragile commodity, easily shattered. Yet here was Wyatt offering cryptic warnings, silent assistance, placing himself potentially at risk. Could she trust him? Did she have a choice? "Thank you," she murmured. The words inadequate, but heartfelt. For the warning. And implicitly for the food, the water, the unspoken support. He gave a curt nod, accepting her thanks. He seemed about to say something more, then apparently thought better of it. The air between them felt thick with things left unsaid, questions unasked, answers ungiven. "I should go," he said, moving towards the door. "Being seen here won't help either of us." Annie stepped aside, her heart pounding a confused rhythm of fear and gratitude. He paused at the threshold, turning back one last time. His eyes seemed to bore into hers in the dim light, searching for something. "The dust hasn't settled yet, Andy," he said softly. "On Hemlock, on any of it. Just stay watchful." Then he was gone, slipping back into the night as quietly as he had arrived, leaving Annie alone in the suddenly too quiet shack, the echo of his warning hanging in the air. She quickly barred the door, her hands trembling. His visit had confirmed her worst fears about Harker, about her own precarious position. But it had also solidified something else, that Wyatt, for whatever reason, was aware of her plight and, in his own guarded way, trying to help her navigate it. It wasn't an alliance, not friendship, certainly not anything more. It was a fragile, unspoken understanding forged in the shared darkness and danger of the mine, now extending into the treacherous landscape of the camp. The trust she felt was tentative, laced with fear, but it was there. A tiny seedling in barren ground. Yet his final words lingered ominously. "The dust hasn't settled yet." Hemlock's disappearance was just the beginning. Whatever storm was brewing in Deadwood, she was standing directly in its path. Wyatt's warning hadn't offered her sanctuary, only a clearer view of the hammer and the anvil closing in. The uneasy quiet following his departure felt like the calm before a violent downpour, and Annie knew, with chilling certainty, that when the dust finally settled, nothing would be the same. Chapter 16. The Unraveling Thread. Sunrise brought Marshal Egan's posse clattering through the main street of Deadwood, heading up towards the higher creek beds where Old Man Hemlock scratched out his solitary existence. Annie watched them from the edge of the camp as she made her own way towards the mine, a knot of anxiety tightening in her stomach. Egan rode at the head, his face set and grim, flanked by a handful of grim-faced miners and prospectors who knew the terrain, their expressions a mixture of grim duty and morbid curiosity. Harker, notably, was not among them. He stood near the mine entrance, overseeing the start of the shift, his usual belligerence seemingly amplified, perhaps by the marshal's pointed investigation. Naute, Wyatt's warning from the night before, echoed in Annie's mind. Harker gets nervous. Nervous men do stupid things. She kept her head down as she passed the shift boss, offering a mumbled greeting that Harker ignored, his attention fixed on barking orders at the men lining up for the cage. The tension emanating from him was palpable, a low hum of aggression seeking an outlet. Annie prayed fervently it wouldn't be her. Down in the mine, the atmosphere was thick with speculation about Hemlock. Whispers followed the flickering lamplight down the drifts. Had Egan found anything? Was it foul play? Who stood to gain? Harker's name surfaced repeatedly in hushed tones, linked with the water rights dispute and Hemlock's rumored strike. Annie worked mechanically, trying to block out the talk, focusing only on the swing of her pick, the scrape of her shovel. But the fear was a cold presence beside her, intensified by Wyatt's warning. She felt exposed, vulnerable, anticipating Harker's next move. Wyatt worked his own section with his usual quiet diligence, his presence a paradoxical source of both comfort and anxiety. He offered no further communication, no acknowledgement of his visit the previous night. The fragile understanding between them remained unspoken, hidden beneath the routine of their shared labor. Yet Annie found herself glancing towards him more often than she should, seeking reassurance in his steady presence, while simultaneously terrified that Harker might notice this subtle shift, this invisible thread connecting them. The shift dragged on under a cloud of suspense. Every distant rumble, every unexpected shout made Annie jump. Was it news from Egan's search party? Or just the normal, perilous operation of the mine? The waiting, the not knowing, was a torture in itself. Around midday, word finally filtered down. Egan and his posse had returned. They hadn't found Hemlock. But they had found something else. Near the prospector's dilapidated shack, half buried in the loose scree beside the creek, they discovered signs of a struggle-disturbed earth, broken branches, and ominous dark stains on the rocks that looked disturbingly like dried blood, and more significantly, footprints. Several sets, including one distinctive print, left by a worn boot with a peculiar V-shaped notch missing from the heel. The description of the boot print sent a jolt through the mine. Miners surreptitiously glanced at their own footwear, then at their neighbors'. Boots were tools, often repaired, often unique in their patterns of wear and tear. A distinctive print could be damning evidence. Annie felt a cold dread seep into her bones. She instinctively looked down at her own worn, unremarkable boots. Then she thought of Harker. She tried to recall his boots, but couldn't picture the heels clearly. What about Wyatt? She risked a glance towards him. He was leaning on his pickaxe, listening intently to the miner relaying the news, his expression thoughtful, unreadable. Harker, when the news reached him, reacted with loud bluster. "Bloodstains? Footprints?" he scoffed to anyone within earshot. "Could be anything. Injured animal. Hemlock cut himself chopping wood. Damn fool probably just wandered off drunk and fell down a ravine." His denial felt too loud, too vehement. "Nervous men do stupid things," Wyatt had said. Was this Harker's nervousness manifesting as aggressive dismissal? The tension ratcheted higher. Egan now had tangible evidence of foul play, and a specific clue, the boot print. He would be questioning miners, examining footwear, tightening the net. Harker, whether guilty or not, would feel the pressure mounting. And Annie knew with sickening certainty where that pressure might be redirected. She tried to focus on her work, but her hands trembled. Every shadow seemed menacing, every sound amplified. She felt trapped, not just by the earth overhead, but by the converging circumstances, Egan's investigation, Harker's volatility, James Carlson's dangerous presence in camp, and her own precarious secret. The threads holding her disguised life together felt frayed, ready to snap. As the end of the shift approached, Harker made his rounds, his temper visibly shorter than usual. He found fault with everyone, his voice sharp with irritation. When he reached Annie's section, he stopped, eyeing her critically. "Still poking at it like a sick chicken, Andy," he growled. "Barely earned your pay today." "Doing my best, boss," Annie mumbled, bracing herself. Harker stepped closer, his eyes narrowing. "Maybe your mind ain't on the job. Maybe you're thinking about other things." He gestured vaguely towards the main tunnel. "Like old prospectors who disappear. Or maybe," his voice dropped, laced with insinuation, "like strangers asking questions about folks from back east." Annie froze. He knew about James, or at least he knew someone fitting James's description had been asking questions, and he was connecting it to her, to Egan's earlier interest. The net was tightening with terrifying speed. "Don't know nothing about that, boss," she said, trying to keep her voice steady, avoiding his gaze. "Don't you?" Harker sneered. "Funny. Seems like trouble just follows you around, Andy. Like maybe you ain't who you say you are. He leaned in, his voice dropping to a menacing whisper. Maybe someone ought to take a closer look at you. See what shakes loose. Before Annie could react, before the full impact of his threat could land, a commotion erupted further down the drift. Shouts, curses, the clang of a dropped tool. Fight! Hey, break it up! Harker spun around, his attention instantly diverted. What in damnation now? He bellowed, stalking off towards the source of the noise, leaving Annie trembling, her heart pounding against her ribs like a trapped bird. The fight, apparently sparked by an accusation of stolen tools, provided a temporary distraction. But Harker's threat lingered, cold and sharp. He was actively suspicious, actively looking for leverage, and he had connected her, however vaguely, to James. The unraveling thread of her secret felt perilously close to snapping completely. As they ascended in the cage, Annie felt utterly drained, not just physically, but emotionally. The fragile hope ignited by Wyatt's kindness felt overshadowed by the escalating danger. She glanced at Wyatt, standing stoically amidst the weary miners. His face was grim, his eyes scanning the crowd, perhaps assessing the mood, perhaps searching for Harker. He seemed coiled, watchful, aware that the situation was rapidly deteriorating. Back on the surface, the news of the bloodstains and the boot print had spread like wildfire through the camp. The atmosphere was thick with tension and morbid excitement. Marshal Egan was seen conferring gravely with several prominent camp figures near his office. Men gathered in hushed groups, speculating, pointing fingers. Annie hurried towards her shack, desperate for sanctuary, however inadequate. She needed to think, to figure out what to do. Harker's threat couldn't be ignored. He intended to take a closer look, to see what shakes loose. What did that mean? Questioning her more aggressively, searching her shack, using physical intimidation? As she reached the path leading up the slope, she saw James Carlson waiting near the bottom, partially hidden by a cluster of pines. He looked agitated, beckoning her urgently. Dread washed over Annie. Had something happened? Had Harker approached him? Had Egan? Reluctantly, glancing around nervously to ensure no one was watching, she moved towards him. Annie, James whispered frantically as she drew near, his face pale with fear. I have to talk to you. It's about Harker and the boot print. The thread didn't just fray. It snapped. The carefully constructed separation between her hidden life as Andy and her fugitive past as Annie had just been irrevocably broken by the very man trying to protect her. And his panicked words suggested he knew something connecting Harker to Hemlock's disappearance, something that could put them both in mortal danger. The unraveling wasn't just beginning, it was accelerating towards a terrifying conclusion. Chapter 17. Caught in the lamplight. What about Harker? What about the boot print? Annie whispered back urgently. Pulling James further into the meager concealment offered by the pines, the fading sunlight cast long, ominous shadows around them, mirroring the fear tightening its grip on her chest. Every passing figure on the main path below felt like a potential spy. James wrung his hands, his agitation palpable. This morning, he began, his voice low and trembling, before Egan's posse left. I was near the stables asking about Tom, if anyone had seen him head out towards the northern claims. Harker was there, checking on his horse. Annie's heart hammered. Harker at the stables, where miners often left their spare gear, their worn-out equipment. He didn't see me, I don't think, James continued, glancing nervously over his shoulder. He was arguing with the stable hand about feed costs. But then he bent down to check his horse's shoe, and I saw it, Annie, clear as day, the heel of his right boot. James swallowed hard, his eyes wide with remembered fear. It had a piece missing, a V-shaped notch, just like the print they found up by Hemlock's Creek. The world tilted sickeningly. Harker. The boot print matched Harker's boot. It wasn't just suspicion anymore. It was tangible evidence linking the bullying shift boss directly to the scene of likely foul play. Wyatt's warning, Harker's escalating nervousness, his threats against her, it all clicked into place with horrifying clarity. Harker had likely confronted Hemlock, perhaps intending only to threaten or rob him, but things had escalated, ending in violence. And now he was desperate to cover his tracks, looking for someone, anyone, to deflect the blame onto. Did anyone else see it? Annie breathed, her mind racing. James shook his head frantically. I don't think so. The stable hand was busy. Harker straightened up quickly. I just slipped away. But Annie, he knows. He must know Egan found that print. That's why he's been acting so mean today. He's scared and dangerous. A cornered animal looking for someone to savage, and Harker had already marked Andy as a target. Her blood ran cold. Harker wouldn't just try to frame her. He might try to silence her permanently if he suspected she knew anything, or even just to create a convenient explanation for another disappearance. James, this is bad, Annie whispered, grabbing his arm, her own fear momentarily eclipsed by the need to impress the danger upon him. Really bad. If Harker even suspects you saw that boot, he won't hesitate. He's dangerous. I know, James choked out, his face pale. That's why I had to tell you. What do we do? Go to the marshal? Go to Egan? The thought was terrifying. It would mean revealing everything, her identity, her past, her reason for hiding. It would mean trusting Egan completely, hoping he would believe her, protect her against a man like Harker, who held considerable sway among a certain element in the camp. And what proof did they have, really? James's word against Harker's? A fleeting glimpse of a boot heel. Harker could easily dispose of the incriminating boots, deny everything. Egan might dismiss James as a meddling outsider, or worse, see Annie's own fugitive status as reason to distrust her entirely. No, Annie said decisively, though her heart pounded with uncertainty. Not yet. It's too risky. Harker finds out we went to Egan. He'll act first. We need proof. Something more concrete than just the boot. Proof? How? James looked utterly lost, adrift in a sea of danger he couldn't comprehend. Annie's mind raced. Harker wouldn't have disposed of Hemlock's body near the claim. That would be too obvious, especially with the bloodstains found. He would have moved it, hidden it somewhere else. Or perhaps Hemlock wasn't dead, merely injured and hidden. Unlikely, given Harker's nature. More probable was that Harker, after the confrontation, had found what he was looking for, Hemlock's rumored gold stash or the map to his secret claim. If they could find that, that would be proof Egan couldn't ignore. But where would Harker hide such a thing? Not on his person, too risky. Not in his bunk at the rowdy miners' boarding house he stayed at, too many prying eyes. Maybe somewhere he felt was secure, somewhere private, like his small, locked office shed near the mine entrance, where he kept records, tools, blasting powder logs. It was flimsy, barely more secure than her own shack, but Harker ruled that area with an iron fist. Few would dare trespass. His office, Annie breathed, the desperate idea taking shape. The shed by the mine entrance. He keeps records there, maybe tools. If he took something from Hemlock Gold Dust, a map, anything, he might have stashed it there temporarily. James stared at her aghast. You want to break into Harker's office? Annie, that's insane. If he catches you... He won't be there now, Annie argued, the plan solidifying out of sheer desperation. He'll be drinking, establishing an alibi, trying to act normal. The mine entrance is quieter after shift change. It's risky, James, I know, but what choice do we have? Wait for him to make his move against us? She looked him squarely in the eye. He threatened me today, James. Said he was going to take a closer look. He suspects something. We don't have time. The raw fear in her voice, the grim reality of their situation, seemed to convince him. He swallowed hard, nodding slowly. All right, Annie. All right. What do you need me to do? Stay hidden, Annie instructed firmly. Go back to your boarding house. Act normal. Don't talk to anyone about this. If I find something, I'll figure out a way to let you know. If I'm not back by midnight, then maybe go to Egan then. Tell him what you saw. Tell him Harker threatened me. It felt like signing her own potential death warrant, but it was the only contingency she could offer. James looked horrified at the thought, but nodded again, his face pale but resolute. Be careful, Annie, please. You too, James. She gave his arm a quick squeeze, a gesture of solidarity in their shared peril, then turned and melted back into the gathering dusk, heading towards the mine entrance, towards Harker's den. The area around the mine head was mostly deserted now. A few lanterns cast pools of yellow light, illuminating the cage mechanism, the tool sheds, the piles of discarded timber. Harker's office shed stood slightly apart, a small, windowless structure with a heavy plank door secured by a sturdy padlock. Annie approached cautiously, staying in the shadows, her senses hyper-alert. The distant sounds of the camp felt miles away. Here, only the creak of the wind around the mine structures and the frantic beating of her own heart broke the silence. Reaching the shed, she examined the padlock. It looked formidable. She had no tools, no experience picking locks. Panic began to rise again. Was this plan doomed before it even started? She ran her hand along the rough wooden planks of the door, then the frame. Perhaps the lock wasn't the only weak point. The hinges looked old, rusted. The wood around them seemed softer, possibly weathered. She needed leverage. Glancing around desperately, she spotted a discarded pry bar leaning against a pile of timber nearby, likely left by a careless worker. It was heavy, awkward, but it might work. Heart-pounding, she retrieved the bar, her injured shoulder screaming in protest at the weight. Positioning the tip of the bar near the lower hinge, she leaned into it with all her might, using her body weight, trying to ignore the agony in her shoulder. The wood groaned. Rusted metal shrieked faintly. She applied more pressure, sweat dripping into her eyes. With a splintering crack, the wood around the hinge screws gave way. The bottom of the door sagged inward slightly. Encouraged, she shifted the pry bar to the upper hinge. Again she strained, putting every ounce of her desperate strength into the effort. More groaning, more splintering, and then, with a final sickening crack, the upper hinge tore loose as well. The door hung precariously, held only by the padlock hasp on the other side. It was enough. She could squeeze through the gap. Dropping the pry bar, she slipped sideways through the opening into the pitch-black interior of the shed. It smelled stale, of dust, cheap tobacco, and something else. Something metallic like old blood or rust. She fumbled in her pocket for the small matchbox she always carried handy, like most miners needed fire. Striking a match, she held it aloft, the tiny flame casting flickering, inadequate light. The shed was cramped, cluttered with dusty ledgers, spare tools, coils of rope, boxes of blasting caps stored dangerously close to tins of oil. Her eyes scanned the shelves, the floor, searching for anything out of place, anything that might have belonged to Hemlock. a canvas sack tucked hastily under a shelf, a rolled-up map. The match burned down, scorching her fingers. She dropped it, quickly lighting another. Her gaze fell on a small, locked wooden chest shoved into a dark corner, partially hidden beneath a pile of grimy burlap sacks. It looked older, different from the standard mine equipment boxes. Could it be? She knelt beside the chest, examining the lock. It was simpler than the padlock on the door, but still beyond her ability to pick. Frustration surged. Was this another dead end? She ran her hand over the rough wood, feeling for any hidden catches, any weaknesses. Suddenly, a beam of light stabbed through the gap in the broken door, pinning her in its glare. Annie froze, her blood turning to ice. "Well, well, well," a familiar, menacing voice drawled from the doorway. "Looky what we have here. Playing burglar, Andy." Harker stood silhouetted against the lamplight from outside, blocking her only escape route. His face was contorted in a mask of fury and cruel triumph. He must have forgotten something, come back unexpectedly, or perhaps he had suspected someone might try this. "Didn't I tell you," Harker continued, stepping fully into the shed, the lamplight revealing the predatory gleam in his eyes, "to stay out of trouble?" He hefted a heavy rock drill bit menacingly in his hand. "Looks like trouble found you anyway. Or maybe you are the trouble." Caught in the lamplight, trapped in the cramped shed with a cornered, murderous Harker, Annie knew her time as Andy, and possibly her time altogether, had just run out. The unraveling thread hadn't just snapped. It had become a tightening noose. Chapter 18. Shattered Reflections. Trapped. The word slammed into Annie's consciousness with the force of a physical blow. The dim, cluttered shed, moments before a place of desperate hope, transformed instantly into a suffocating cage. Harker blocked the only exit, his bulk filling the doorway. The heavy drill bit held loosely in his hand, radiating menace. The lamplight from behind him cast his face into a terrifying mask of shadow and predatory glee. He had her. Cornered, exposed, caught red-handed. Her mind raced, scrambling for an excuse, a lie, anything to deflect the immediate, lethal threat. "Boss, I thought I heard something," she stammered, her voice thin and reedy, betraying her terror. "Sounded like rats. Thought maybe they were getting into the powder." It was a pathetic fabrication, transparently false, but it was all she could muster. Harker laughed, a harsh, grating sound devoid of humor. "Rats? Oh, I found a rat all right, Andy, right here, poking his nose where it don't belong." He took a step further into the shed, the lamplight now catching the cruel twist of his lips. "Looking for something, were you? Something maybe old Hemlock dropped?" His words confirmed her worst fears. He knew she suspected him, or at least knew she was searching for something incriminating. The confrontation was inevitable, unavoidable. Her desperate gamble had failed catastrophically. "I don't know what you're talking about, boss," Annie insisted, trying to inject a semblance of defiance into her voice, forcing herself to meet his gaze. She subtly shifted her weight, trying to find better footing on the cluttered floor, her eyes darting around the small space, searching for any potential weapon, any possible escape route, however slim. The pry bar lay uselessly outside. Tools lined the shelves, but reaching them meant turning her back on Harker. The locked wooden chest beside her felt solid, heavy. "Don't you?" Harker took another slow step, closing the distance between them. The shed felt impossibly small, thick with the scent of stale tobacco, oil, and fear. Funny. Marshall Egan seems to think someone knows something. Found a boot print up there, see? Distinctive print. He tapped his own sturdy boot significantly. Boots get worn, get nicks, get noticed. He paused, his eyes narrowing, scrutinizing her face. "And then there's that farmer friend of yours, asking questions. Friend from back east, maybe? Where folks run from trouble. He knew about James seeing the boot. He must have seen them talking, or someone had reported it. He was piecing it together, his suspicion hardening into certainty. He believed she and James were conspiring against him, feeding information to Egan. "You killed him, didn't you?" The accusation slipped out, fueled by terror and a sudden surge of desperate anger. "You killed Hemlock for his claim." Harker's eyes widened fractionally, surprised by her directness, then narrowed into slits of pure malice. "The old fool got what he deserved," he snarled, abandoning all pretense. "Got greedy. Wouldn't listen to reason. Thought he could keep it all to himself." He hefted the drill bit again. "Just like some other folks who don't know their place. Folks who sneak around, ask too many questions, wear clothes that don't quite fit." His gaze raked over her slight frame, lingering on her chest, her throat, with a sudden dawning, predatory comprehension that was far more terrifying than his physical threats. It wasn't just suspicion about her actions anymore. It was suspicion about her very identity. The clothes that don't quite fit. Had he finally seen past the disguise? "You ain't no scrawny boy, are you?" he whispered, a slow, ugly smile spreading across his face as the pieces clicked into place in his mind. "All that time, hiding, pretending, and no wonder you kept quiet. No wonder you look so damn scared." He chuckled, a low, chilling sound. "Well, well, Andy the miner, or should I say, Annie?" Hearing her name on his lips, spoken with such venomous triumph, felt like a physical violation. The final layer of her defense crumbled, leaving her utterly exposed, stripped bare under his leering gaze. He knew. "What are you going to do?" she whispered, her voice barely audible. The last vestiges of defiance draining away, replaced by numb terror. "Do?" Harker echoed, savoring the moment, savoring her fear. "Gotta clean up loose ends, Annie. Can't have folks talking to the marshal. Can't have complications." He gestured towards the dark interior of the shed. "Accidents happen in mines all the time. Cave-ins, explosions. Folks disappear without a trace, just like Hemlock." He raised the heavy drill bit. "And just like Andy is about to—" Adrenaline surged through Annie, overriding the pain, overriding the fear. Primal survival instinct took over. As Harker lunged, swinging the heavy drill bit towards her head, she reacted without thinking. She threw herself sideways, scrambling behind the solid wooden chest, pulling it with her last ounce of strength to create a flimsy barrier. The drill bit slammed into the wood of the chest with sickening force, embedding itself deep. Harker roared in frustration, yanking at the tool. That split second, and that moment of leverage Harker lost trying to free his weapon, was her only chance. Scrabbling backwards on the floor, her eyes darting wildly, she saw a heavy miner's wrench lying discarded near the wall. She lunged for it, her fingers closing around the cold, heavy steel just as Harker freed the drill bit and turned back towards her, his face contorted with rage. He came at her again, swinging wildly in the cramped space. Annie ducked, rolling sideways, the drill bit whistling past where her head had been, striking sparks against the rock wall. She scrambled to her feet, gripping the wrench tightly in her good hand, her injured shoulder screaming in protest. There was no room for strategy, no time for thought. It was raw, desperate instinct. As Harker recovered, turning to charge again, she swung the heavy wrench with all the force she could muster, aiming low towards his legs. The wrench connected with a sickening crunch against Harker's knee. He bellowed in pain, stumbling, his leg buckling beneath him. He dropped the drill bit, clutching at his injured knee, momentarily incapacitated. Annie didn't hesitate. She scrambled past him, towards the splintered doorway, towards the outside, towards air, towards escape. She burst out of the shed, gasping for breath, into the relative coolness of the night air. But Harker, fueled by rage and adrenaline, wasn't finished. Roaring incoherently, he lunged after her, grabbing at the back of her shirt. The fabric ripped, but his fingers caught hold, yanking her backwards. She stumbled, falling hard onto the rocky ground outside the shed. The impact knocked the wind out of her, sending fresh waves of agony through her already battered body. Harker loomed over her, his face a mask of fury, his injured knee forgotten in his murderous intent. He reached down, his thick fingers closing around her throat, cutting off her air. Stars exploded behind Annie's eyes. Panic clawed at her. She kicked, struggled, clawed at his hands, but he was too strong, his weight pinning her down, his grip relentless. Her vision started to dim, the sounds of the distant camp fading into a dull roar. This was it. This was how it ended. Smothered in the dirt outside Harker's shed, her secret exposed, her life extinguished. Suddenly a figure erupted from the shadows, fast, silent, a blur of motion. There was a sharp cry from Harker, a grunt of surprise and pain. The crushing pressure on Annie's throat abruptly released. Gasping, choking, Annie dragged air back into her burning lungs, her vision slowly clearing. She looked up, dazed. Wyatt stood over Harker, pulling him bodily off Annie. Harker struggled, cursing, but Wyatt moved with swift, brutal efficiency. A hard shove sent Harker staggering back against the shed wall. Before Harker could recover, Wyatt delivered a short, sharp blow to his jaw. Harker's eyes rolled back, and he slumped to the ground, unconscious. Wyatt stood breathing heavily, looking down at the crumpled form of the shift boss, then turned towards Annie, who was still struggling to sit up, gasping for air, clutching her bruised throat. He knelt beside her, his face taut with concern, his eyes scanning her quickly for injuries. "Are you all right?" His voice was low, urgent, stripped of its usual reserve. Annie could only nod, unable to speak. Tears of terror and relief streaming down her face, carving clean paths through the grime. Wyatt reached out, his hand hovering uncertainly near her shoulder, then settling gently on her arm. His touch was unexpectedly warm, steadying. "Annie," he said softly, using her real name without hesitation, without surprise. The sound of it, spoken by him, not with malice like Harker, but with quiet concern, shattered the last of her composure. The reflection she had guarded for so long, the false image of Andy, had been irrevocably shattered, not just by Harker's discovery, but by Wyatt's intervention, by his use of her true name in the harsh lamplight. He knew. He must have known, or suspected, for longer than she realized, and he hadn't exposed her. He had saved her. The implications of that, the questions it raised, were overwhelming, lost for the moment in the raw, consuming relief of survival. She looked up at him, her rescuer, her silent protector, the man who held the fragments of her shattered reflection in his steady gaze, and saw not a threat, but a lifeline in the terrifying darkness. Chapter 19. The Reckoning Wind. The immediate aftermath of the violence hung heavy in the air, thick with the coppery tang of fear and the sharp scent of ozone from Wyatt's swift, decisive action. Harker lay slumped and unconscious against the shed wall, a grotesque parody of his usual bullying posture. Annie remained on the ground, trembling uncontrollably, the adrenaline beginning to ebb, leaving behind a profound, bone-deep shock and the searing pain from her bruised throat and battered body. Wyatt knelt beside her, his initial urgency softening into a quiet assessment of the situation. His gaze took in her torn shirt, the marks already beginning to bloom on her neck where Harker's fingers had dug in, the way she instinctively cradled her injured shoulder. His expression was grim, concern etched deep in the lines around his eyes. He knew. Annie finally managed to whisper, her voice hoarse and ragged. He knew who I was. Wyatt nodded slowly, his eyes holding hers. I figured as much, he said quietly. Heard him shouting. Saw him go after you. There was no surprise in his voice, only a weary confirmation. You knew? Annie stared at him, bewildered. How long? A flicker of something complex crossed Wyatt's face, regret, perhaps, or weary acceptance. Suspected for a while, he admitted, his voice low. Little things didn't add up. The way you moved, the way Harker treated you, the questions Egan was asking. He paused, his gaze searching hers. Doesn't matter now. Are you hurt badly? Before Annie could answer, the sound of approaching footsteps and voices broke the tense silence. Shouted questions, the bobbing lights of lanterns. Someone must have heard the commotion in Harker's bellows, the sounds of the struggle. Discovery was imminent. Oh, Wyatt reacted instantly. We need to move, he said urgently, helping Annie to her feet. She swayed, dizzy and weak, leaning heavily on him for support. Can you walk? She nodded mutely, though her legs felt like water. Wyatt glanced quickly at Harker's unconscious form, then at the broken shed door and the incriminating wooden chest visible just inside. There was no time to fix the scene, no time to hide the evidence of the break-in or the fight. This way, he directed, steering her away from the approaching lights, towards the deeper shadows at the edge of the mine workings, away from the main paths. Quickly. They moved as fast as Annie could manage, Wyatt supporting her weight, his arm firmly around her waist. Her injured shoulder screamed in protest. Her throat felt raw, and every step sent jarring pain through her body. But the fear of discovery propelled her forward. They slipped behind a large pile of discarded timbers just as the first figures rounded the corner near the shed, lanterns held high. Voices rose in alarm as they spotted Harker's prone form. Harker, what happened? Is he dead? Someone fetched the marshal. Peering through a gap in the timbers, Annie saw several miners gathered around Harker, their faces shocked and confused in the flickering lamplight. No one seemed to be looking in their direction, their attention focused entirely on the unconscious shift boss. We can't stay here, Wyatt whispered, his breath warm against her ear. They'll search the area. Egan will be here soon. He scanned their surroundings, his mind clearly working quickly. My cabin isn't far, up the slope away from the main camp. It's isolated, safer. His cabin? Go with him? The implications were staggering. It meant placing her trust, her safety, her very life, entirely in his hands. It meant abandoning the flimsy anonymity of her shack, abandoning the last vestiges of the Andy persona. But what choice did she have? Returning to her shack was impossible. Harker, upon waking, would surely implicate her, send men after her. Staying hidden in the camp was equally perilous. Wyatt's cabin, isolated and unknown to most, represented the only viable sanctuary, however temporary, however fraught with its own uncertainties. All right, she agreed, her voice barely audible. Wyatt nodded, his expression resolute. Waiting for a moment when the miners near the shed were distracted, he guided her swiftly out from behind the timbers, across a patch of open ground cloaked in shadow, and onto a less traveled path that angled steeply up the hillside, away from the main sprawl of Deadwood. The climb was torturous. Annie stumbled frequently, gasping for breath, leaning heavily on Wyatt. He moved with surprising strength and agility, supporting her without complaint, choosing the easiest footing, pausing when she needed to rest, his presence a solid anchor in her disoriented state. They moved in silence, the only sounds their ragged breathing, the crunch of their boots on the loose rock, and the distant, receding shouts from the camp below. The higher they climbed, the more the sounds of Deadwood faded. replaced by the whisper of the wind through the pines and the vast, indifferent silence of the black hills under a sky dusted with faint stars. The air grew cooler, cleaner, washing away some of the stench of fear and violence from the camp. Finally nestled in a small clearing screened by tall pines, they reached it. A small, sturdy log cabin, smoke curling faintly from its stone chimney. A single lamp glowing warmly in the window. It looked solid, private, a world away from the flimsy shacks clinging to the slopes below. Wyatt pushed the door open, it wasn't locked, and guided her inside. The interior was simple, rustic, but clean and orderly. A stone hearth dominated one wall, a low fire burning within, casting flickering shadows on the log walls. A sturdy table and chairs, a bed built into one corner covered with thick blankets, shelves holding books and provisions. It was the dwelling of a man who valued solitude and self-sufficiency. It felt safe, surprisingly, unnervingly safe. "Sit down," Wyatt instructed gently, guiding her towards one of the chairs near the hearth. He moved quickly, adding another log to the fire, then fetching a basin of water and a clean cloth from a washstand in the corner. He knelt before her again, his movements careful, deliberate. "Let me see your throat," he said quietly. Hesitantly, Annie tilted her head back, exposing the bruised skin of her neck to the firelight. Wyatt examined the marks with a frown, his touch surprisingly gentle, as he dabbed the cool, damp cloth against the inflamed skin. Annie flinched slightly at the contact, not from pain, but from the unexpected intimacy of the gesture. No one had touched her with such care, such simple human concern, since long before she became Andy. "Just bruising," he murmured, his voice low. "Should heal. Does it hurt to swallow?" She shook her head, though her throat felt tight and raw. He moved on to her torn shirt, his gaze clinical as he assessed the damage. "We need to get you out of these clothes. Check your shoulder properly." Annie stiffened instinctively. The thought of removing her shirt, the bindings revealing the full extent of her disguise, her vulnerability, even to him, felt terrifying. Sensing her hesitation, Wyatt met her eyes, his expression serious, reassuring. "Annie," he said softly, using her name again. The sound both jarring and strangely comforting. "Harker already knows. There's no point hiding anymore, not from me." He paused. "I need to see if anything's broken. You took a hard fall." She looked into his eyes, steady, concerned, revealing none of the judgment or malice she had come to expect. He had saved her life. He had offered sanctuary, and he already knew her secret. The fragile trust she felt towards him solidified, pushing past the ingrained fear. Slowly, hesitantly, she nodded. With the same quiet efficiency, Wyatt helped her remove the torn flannel shirt, his fingers brushing against her skin occasionally, sending unfamiliar sparks along her nerves. Then came the bindings. As he carefully unwound the tight strips of cloth, Annie gasped, relief mixing with the sharp pain from her bruised ribs. Freeing herself felt like shedding years of constraint, years of fear. Beneath the bindings, the bruising was stark against her pale skin, ugly swirls of purple and blue marking her ribs, and the swollen landscape of her injured shoulder. Wyatt examined the shoulder gently, his touch firm but careful, testing the bone, the range of motion. "Doesn't feel broken," he determined finally. "Badly bruised, maybe strained ligaments, but not broken." He met her gaze again. "You've been working like this? For how long?" There was a note of disbelief, perhaps even grudging respect in his voice. "Since the rockfall," Annie admitted quietly. "Couple of days after." Wyatt shook his head slowly, a muscle tightening in his jaw. He stood up, fetching a clean linen shirt from a chest far too large for her, but soft and clean, and a tin of salve that smelled faintly of herbs and pine resin. "This might help," he said, gently applying the cool salve to her shoulder and ribs. His touch was impersonal, practical, yet the simple act of tending to her injuries felt profoundly intimate after so long without kindness. Annie shivered, not from cold, but from the complex storm of emotions swirling within her relief, fear, gratitude, confusion. "No, go away." She slipped the large shirt on, the soft linen, a welcome contrast to the rough canvas she was used to. It swallowed her small frame, making her feel both protected and oddly exposed without the concealing bulk of Andy's clothes. Wyatt moved back towards the hearth, adding more wood, giving her space. Silence descended again, broken only by the crackle of the fire. The immediate danger had passed, but the larger predicament remained, sharp and unresolved. "What happens now?" Annie asked finally, her voice small in the quiet cabin. Wyatt turned from the fire, his face serious in the flickering light. "Now," he said slowly, "we figure out what Harker found in that chest, and we figure out how to keep you alive long enough for the dust to settle." He looked towards the cabin door, towards the direction of the camp below, where the consequences of the night's events were already beginning to unfold. "A reckoning wind is blowing through Deadwood, Annie, and it's likely to get worse before it gets better." His words offered no easy answers, no false promises of safety. But sitting there in the warmth of his cabin, tended to and acknowledged as Annie for the first time in what felt like an eternity, she felt a flicker of something she hadn't allowed herself in months, the fragile, dangerous ember of hope, glowing faintly against the encroaching darkness. The shattered reflections of her life lay scattered around her, but perhaps, just perhaps, in the steady gaze of this quiet, enigmatic man, there was a chance to piece some of them back together. Chapter 20. To stand as Annie. The small cabin, initially a haven, soon felt like a different kind of cage. Outside, the Black Hills night was vast and indifferent. But down in the gulch, Annie knew, events were unfolding with terrifying speed. Harker would have regained consciousness, fueled by rage and the certainty that Andy knew too much. He would be telling his own version of the story, painting Andy as the thief, the attacker, perhaps even linking him directly to Hemlock's disappearance. Marshal Egan, alerted to the fight and the break-in at Harker's shed, would be intensifying his investigation, his suspicions likely falling squarely on the vanished, suddenly troublesome miner. Annie paced the confines of the cabin, the soft linen shirt Wyatt had given her feeling alien against her skin. She was no longer Andy, the shadow hiding in plain sight. She was Annie Larson, exposed, vulnerable, trapped in this isolated cabin while her fate was being decided below. The transition was jarring, leaving her feeling stripped bare, both literally and figuratively. Wyatt watched her restless movements from his seat by the hearth, his expression thoughtful, his usual stillness radiating a quiet strength that was both reassuring and unnerving. He hadn't pressed her with questions about her past, hadn't demanded explanations for her disguise. He seemed to accept her presence, her predicament, with a calm pragmatism that Annie found baffling, yet deeply anchoring. "Pacing won't change what's happening down there," he said finally, his voice calm and even, cutting through her anxious thoughts. Annie stopped, turning to face him, her hands twisting together. "Harker will tell them I attacked him, that I broke into his shed. He'll twist everything." "Probably," Wyatt agreed, leaning forward, resting his elbows on his knees. "Harker's good at twisting things. But Egan's not stupid. He knows Harker's nature, and now he has the boot print, the blood stains near Hemlock's claim, Harker's argument with the old man, and Harker conveniently attacked right after Egan started asking questions." He met her gaze. "It paints a picture, Annie. One that doesn't necessarily favor Harker, despite his bluster." But they'll be looking for Andy, Annie insisted, the name feeling strange on her lips now. And Andy has vanished. That looks like guilt. Maybe, Wyatt conceded. Or maybe it looks like someone ran scared. Someone Harker threatened. He paused, his gaze steady. Which brings us back to the chest you found in his shed. What was in it? Annie shook her head, frustration and fear warring within her. I don't know. It was locked. Harker found me before I could open it. She thought back to the moment before the lamplight pinned her. It looked older. Not like standard mine issue. Wyatt frowned, considering this. Hemlock's possibles box, maybe? Where he kept his papers, his valuables? He stood up, beginning to pace himself now, his mind clearly working through the possibilities. If Harker took that, it's proof he robbed Hemlock. Maybe proof he killed him. It could contain anything: gold dust, assay reports, maybe even a map to that secret strike everyone whispered about. If we could get that chest, Annie began, hope flickering again. Too risky now, Wyatt interrupted firmly. Egan will have secured the shed, maybe taken the chest himself as evidence. Trying to retrieve it now is impossible. He stopped pacing, turning back to her. Which leaves us with James Carlson. Annie's breath hitched. James, what about him? He saw the boot print, Wyatt stated simply. He's the only witness who can directly link Harker to the scene near Hemlock's claim. But Harker knows James saw him. He knows James talked to me. Panic surged again. James is in danger. Harker might go after him next. Exactly, Wyatt said grimly. Which is why James needs to talk to Egan, now, before Harker can get to him or discredit him. But I told him to wait, Annie cried, horrified. I told him to lay low, not to go to Egan unless I didn't come back. Wyatt's expression hardened slightly. That was before Harker caught you, before things escalated. James laying low now only makes him look suspicious, maybe even complicit, if Harker tries to spin it that way. His testimony is crucial, Annie. It corroborates the physical evidence, points the finger squarely at Harker. Annie felt torn. Sending James to Egan felt like pushing him into the line of fire. But Wyatt was right. Keeping silent now put James in even greater danger, and it left Harker free to manipulate the narrative, potentially framing both of them. How? She whispered. How do we get word to him? How do we, convince him to go to Egan now? I'll go, Wyatt said immediately. I can slip back down, find him at the boarding house, tell him what happened tonight. Tell him he needs to speak to the marshal for his own safety and for yours. You? Go back down there? Annie stared at him aghast. But what if Harker's men are watching? What if Egan detains you for questioning? You saved me, Wyatt. You attacked Harker? They might see you as involved. It's a risk, Wyatt acknowledged calmly. But leaving James isolated is a bigger one. And someone needs to know you're safe, that you didn't just vanish. He held her gaze, his own steady and resolute. I know how to move unseen, Annie. I'll be careful. She looked at him, standing there in the warm firelight, calm, capable, willing to put himself in danger for her, for James, for reasons she still didn't fully comprehend. The fragile trust she felt blossomed into something stronger, something that quieted her immediate fear, even if the underlying danger remained immense. All right, she said, her voice shaky but firm. Go, but Wyatt, please be careful. Harker is desperate. He gave a curt nod. I know. He moved towards the door, pausing with his hand on the latch. Bolt this behind me. Don't open it for anyone, not unless you hear my signal. He established a simple pattern of knocks. I'll be back as soon as I can. Stay away from the window. Then he was gone, slipping out into the darkness as silently as he had arrived the night before, leaving Annie alone in the sudden, heavy silence of the cabin. She slid the heavy wooden bolt across the door, the sound echoing unnervingly in the small space. Alone. Truly alone now. Not as Andy, but as Annie. The weight of her own identity felt immense, terrifying. For months, she had hidden behind the anonymity of Andy, burying her past, suppressing her true self. Now, circumstance and Wyatt had forced her out of the shadows. Harker knew, Wyatt knew. Soon, perhaps, Egan and all of Deadwood would know. There was no going back to being Andy. She walked over to the small, cracked mirror Wyatt kept near the washstand, a larger piece than her own shard in the shack. She stared at her reflection, really looked at herself for the first time in months. The face staring back was pale, smudged with grime, bruised at the throat, framed by short, unevenly cut hair. The eyes were wide, haunted by fear and exhaustion. But they were her eyes, Annie Larson's eyes. A wave of conflicting emotions washed over her terror, vulnerability, but also a strange, unfamiliar sense of release. The burden of the constant deception, the exhausting effort of maintaining the facade was lifted. The danger was greater now, perhaps, but it was a danger she faced as herself, not as a phantom. She thought of James, hoping Wyatt reached him, hoping he had the courage to face Egan. She thought of Harker, praying his malice wouldn't find its mark before justice could intervene. And she thought of Wyatt, moving through the darkness below, risking himself for her. Why? The question lingered, unanswered, unsettling. But beneath the fear, beneath the uncertainty, a new resolve began to harden within her. She had survived Harrison's betrayal, survived the desperate flight, survived months of grueling labor and constant fear as Andy. She had survived Harker's attack. She wouldn't just hide and wait for rescue or destruction. If she was going to face this reckoning wind, she would face it as Annie. She went to the basin and began to wash the grime from her face and hands, the cool water a soothing balm. She tidied her short hair as best she could. She stood straighter, letting the pain in her shoulders settle into a manageable ache rather than hunching against it. It was a small transformation, internal more than external, but it felt significant. When Wyatt returned, when the consequences of this night fully descended, she wouldn't be the frightened, disguised Andy cowering in the shadows. She would be Annie Larson, scarred, hunted, afraid, yes, but present, real, ready finally to stand as herself, whatever the cost. The reflection in the mirror still looked haunted, but now there was a flicker of determination in the eyes, a spark that refused to be extinguished. The time for hiding was over. The time for standing had begun. Chapter 21. Where Loyalty Lies Bleeding. The waiting stretched into an eternity, each minute crawling by with agonizing slowness. Annie remained by the hearth, the warmth of the fire doing little to combat the chill that had settled deep in her bones. Every creak of the cabin logs, every gust of wind sighing through the pines outside, sounded like an approaching threat. She strained her ears, listening for Wyatt's signal, her nerves stretched taut as a bowstring. What was happening down in the gulch? Had Wyatt found James? Had James gone to the marshal? Had Harker woken, spewing lies and accusations, sending men searching for the vanished Andy? The not knowing was a specific kind of torture, feeding the frantic scenarios playing out in her mind. She thought about Wyatt moving through the darkened camp. He possessed a quiet competence, an ability to navigate treacherous situations that she implicitly trusted. Yet Deadwood was unpredictable, riddled with shifting alliances and sudden violence. Harker had cronies, men loyal to his bullying authority or bound by shared secrets. Egan, while seemingly intent on justice, operated within the complex, often murky, legal landscape of a frontier town where power and influence often outweighed truth. Wyatt was walking into a viper's nest. To distract herself, she explored the small cabin more closely, seeking clues to the enigmatic man who had become her reluctant protector. The space was meticulously tidy, reflecting a sense of order amidst the chaos of Deadwood. The shelves held practical items, tins of food, tools, ammunition, but also a surprising number of books, worn volumes of Shakespeare, collections of poetry, histories, geological surveys. It spoke of a mind seeking something more than just gold, a depth she hadn't suspected beneath his reserved miner's exterior. Who was Wyatt? What past had led him to this isolated cabin, to this life of quiet watchfulness? Her exploration led her to a small wooden box tucked away on a high shelf, similar in size to the one where she kept her own meager remnants of the past. Curiosity warred with respect for his privacy. Resisting the urge to pry, she turned away, reminding herself that his secrets were his own. Yet the presence of the box, the books, hinted at hidden layers, a life lived before Deadwood much like her own. Perhaps their paths, though vastly different, shared a common thread of seeking refuge, of carrying unspoken burdens. Suddenly, the prearranged signal sounded at the door, 3 sharp knocks, a pause, then 2 more. Annie's heart leaped. She hurried to the door, her hand trembling as she slid back the heavy wooden bolt. Wyatt slipped inside, closing and bolting the door quickly behind him. He looked weary, his face grim in the firelight, but he was unharmed. Relief washed over Annie so intensely she felt weak-kneed. "You're all right," she breathed, the words catching in her throat. He nodded curtly. No trouble for me. Eyes were all on Harker and the marshal. He moved towards the hearth, stripping off his gloves. "I found Carlson at the boarding house. Shaken, but safe for the moment." "Did you tell him?" Annie asked anxiously. "About Harker? About me?" "Told him Harker caught you, that you fought back, got away clean. Told him you were safe, hidden," Wyatt recounted, choosing his words carefully, omitting his own direct involvement in Harker's incapacitation. "Told him Harker knew he'd seen the boot, knew he'd talked to you, that he needed to go to Egan immediately before Harker could silence him or frame him." "And?" Annie pressed, holding her breath. "Will he do it?" Wyatt sighed, running a hand through his hair. "He's scared, Annie. Terrified. Kept saying Harker would kill him. Kept asking about you, wanting to come help you." He paused, his expression troubled. "I convinced him talking to Egan was the only way to protect himself and you, that Harker wins if he stays silent. I think he understood. Said he'd go first thing in the morning." "First thing in the morning? Not now." A cold knot of dread formed in Annie's stomach. Waiting until morning felt like an eternity, giving Harker precious hours to consolidate his position, spread his lies, perhaps even act against James. Morning? Why not tonight? Boarding house owner was hovering. "Too many ears," Wyatt explained grimly. And Carlson needed time to gather his nerve. Pushing him harder might have broken him completely. Sometimes, he added, his voice laced with weary experience. "You have to let a man find his own courage, even when time is short." He looked at her, his eyes serious. "He made me promise I'd watch out for you." The weight of that promise, the loyalty James felt even in his terror, struck Annie deeply. He was a good man caught in a nightmare, willing to risk himself for her, and Wyatt had navigated the danger, delivered the warning, and returned, keeping his own promise. "What about Harker?" Annie asked, turning her thoughts back to the immediate threat. "What's happening down there?" He's conscious, Wyatt reported, his voice low. Spinning a tale about being attacked by Andy in the shed. Claims Andy was stealing blasting powder, maybe planning sabotage, maybe working with whoever got Hemlock. Says Andy hit him from behind, then ran off. And Egan? Listening. Asking questions. Took the chest from the shed. Impounded Harker's boots, the ones with the notch. He's letting Harker talk, giving him rope. Wyatt leaned against the mantelpiece, his expression hard. But Harker has friends. Men who owe him. Men who fear him. They're backing his story, muttering about Andy being suspicious, a troublemaker. So the lines were being drawn. Harker, despite the evidence mounting against him, was trying to turn the tide, using his influence and intimidation to cast suspicion onto the vanished Andy. It was exactly as Wyatt had predicted. "They'll be searching for me," Annie whispered, the reality hitting her anew. "Searching for Andy." "They will," Wyatt confirmed. "Which means you stay here, out of sight, until James talks to Egan, until Egan makes his move." Staying hidden felt passive, agonizing, while her fate hung in the balance below. But she knew Wyatt was right. Revealing herself now without James's corroborating testimony would be foolish, playing directly into Harker's hands. Silence fell again, filled only by the crackling fire. The shared danger, the forced intimacy of the cabin, created a strange tension between them. Annie was acutely aware of him, of his quiet strength, his unexpected gentleness when tending her injuries, the unanswered questions surrounding his own past, his motives. He had saved her, sheltered her, risked himself for her. Why? Was it simple decency? A dislike of bullies like Harker? Or something more? Wyatt, she began hesitantly, needing to understand. "Why are you doing this? Helping me? You barely know me. You knew I was disguised. You could have exposed me any time. Why didn't you?" He turned from the fire, his face shadowed, his expression unreadable. He seemed to consider her question for a long moment, choosing his words with care. "Maybe," he said slowly, "because I know what it's like to need a place to disappear, to carry things you can't easily speak of." He paused, his gaze distant for a moment, as if looking at ghosts from his own past. "And maybe," he continued, his eyes returning to hers, holding them steady, "because I don't like seeing bullies like Harker win. Some things are worth taking a risk for, Annie. Standing up for what's right, even when it's dangerous, especially then." His words resonated deep within her, striking a chord of shared experience, shared principle that transcended their vastly different circumstances. He wasn't just helping her out of pity. He was acting on a conviction, a moral compass that seemed rare and precious in the ruthless landscape of Deadwood. "But you put yourself in danger," she insisted. "Tonight, attacking Harker." "Harker made his choice," Wyatt said flatly, a hard edge returning to his voice. "He crossed a line. Sometimes lines have to be defended." He held her gaze, a silent communication passing between them, an acknowledgement of the violence he had committed on her behalf and the consequences that might follow for both of them. In that moment, looking into his steady, determined eyes, Annie understood. His loyalty wasn't just to her, the woman he'd rescued. It was loyalty to a principle, a refusal to stand by while injustice prevailed. But that loyalty had placed him squarely in opposition to Harker, making him a target as surely as she was. Their fates were now intertwined, bound together by shared danger and an unspoken, fragile alliance. A sudden image flashed through her mind. James Carlson, alone and terrified, in his boarding house room, clutching the dangerous knowledge of Harker's boot print. Would his courage hold until morning? Or would Harker, sensing the net tightening, decide to silence the one witness who could definitively tie him to Hemlock's Creek. Loyalty, Annie realized with a sickening lurch, could bleed. James's loyalty to her, Wyatt's loyalty to principle. They were noble, but in Deadwood, nobility was often rewarded with a shallow grave. The reckoning wind Wyatt spoke of felt like it was picking up speed, threatening to tear everything apart before the dawn. Chapter 22. Ashes and Dawn. The hours before dawn stretched thin and brittle, taut with unspoken fear. In the confines of Wyatt's cabin, the crackling fire seemed to count down the seconds, each pop and hiss amplifying the heavy silence. Annie sat huddled in the chair, wrapped in a thick blanket Wyatt had provided. The too large linen shirt a constant reminder of her shed identity. She watched Wyatt by the window, a stoic silhouette against the faint pre-dawn gray. His vigilance a silent promise, a shared burden. He rarely spoke, offering only occasional quiet reassurances when her anxiety became too palpable, his presence a steady weight against the tide of her fear. She traced the patterns in the rough wood grain of the table, her mind replaying Wyatt's warnings, Harker's threats, James's terrified face. Loyalty, courage, fear. These were the currencies of Deadwood, traded in desperate whispers and sudden violence. James possessed loyalty in abundance, but his courage was untested against the brutal realities of the Gulch. Harker was fueled by fear and greed, his courage only the bluster of a bully. And Wyatt, his motives remained layered, enigmatic, but his courage was quiet, deep, and rooted in something more profound than self-preservation. He had risked everything for her, a woman hiding under a false name, carrying secrets he didn't even know. Why? The question pulsed beneath the surface of her fare, a persistent, unanswered riddle. As the first, pale fingers of dawn began to probe the eastern sky, painting the darkness with streaks of gray and faint rose, the tension in the cabin became almost unbearable. This was the time. James should be making his move, seeking out Marshal Egan, delivering his crucial testimony before Harker could intervene. Annie found herself praying to a god she hadn't addressed in months, for James's safety, for his courage to hold. A faint sound drifted up from the camp below, not the usual awakening bustle, but something sharper, more alarming. Shouts, distant, indistinct, but carrying an edge of panic. Annie scrambled to the window, peering down towards the sprawling chaos of Deadwood, barely visible through the trees in the morning mist clinging to the valley floor. Wyatt was already there, his body tense, listening intently. Then they saw it. A flicker of unnatural orange light against the gray dawn, blooming rapidly near the center of the camp. Smoke began to curl upwards, thick and black, staining the pristine morning sky. Fire, Wyatt breathed, his voice grim. Near the center of town, close to the boarding house where Carson was staying. Annie's heart stopped. Fire. Not just any fire. A fire near James. Harker, she whispered, the name tasting like ash. He wouldn't... A cornered man will do anything to cover his tracks, Wyatt said, his jaw tight. Burn evidence. Silence witnesses. He didn't need to finish the sentence. The implication was horrifyingly clear. Had Harker, desperate and knowing James was a threat, resorted to arson? Was James trapped? Panic seized Annie. We have to do something. Help him. She moved towards the door, ready to bolt it. Consequences be damned. Wyatt caught her arm gently but firmly. No, Annie. Going down there now, it's suicide. The whole camp will be in chaos. Egan will be there, Harker too. You'd walk right into the fire one way or another. His grip tightened slightly, forcing her to meet his steady gaze. We have to trust that Carlson got out. Trust that he got to Egan before this happened. Trust. It felt like a fragile reed in a hurricane. But looking into Wyatt's calm, resolute eyes, she knew he was right. Rushing down into that chaos would achieve nothing but her own capture or death. They were trapped here, helpless observers, waiting for the smoke to clear, waiting for news. They watched in tense silence as the fire raged below. More shouts echoed up the slope. Figures scurried like ants around the burning structure. From this distance, it was impossible to tell the extent of the damage, impossible to know if anyone was trapped inside, impossible to know if James had escaped. The uncertainty was agony. Time stretched, measured by the rising sun, and the column of smoke polluting the dawn. The fire seemed to consume everything: hope, fear, the fragile possibility of justice. It felt like Harker's final destructive act, an attempt to burn away the evidence, silence the truths, and escape the reckoning. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the intensity of the flames began to subside, though smoke still billowed thick and dark. The frantic shouting lessened, replaced by a lower, more somber murmur that drifted up through the trees. "It's dying down," Wyatt observed quietly, his eyes still fixed on the scene below. "Now we wait for the dust or the ashes to settle. More waiting." Annie sank back into the chair, feeling utterly drained, hollowed out by fear and helplessness. She buried her face in her hand, the image of the burning building seared into her mind. Had James made it? Was he safe? Or had Harker's desperate act claimed another victim? It was nearly mid-morning when Wyatt, who had been keeping watch near the window, stiffened slightly. "Someone's coming," he said quietly. "One rider, moving slow." Annie's breath caught. Friend or foe? Egan? Harker's men, or... Wyatt watched the approaching figure intently. After a long moment, he let out a slow breath. "It's Egan," he confirmed. "Alone." Marshal Egan, riding alone up the secluded path towards Wyatt's cabin. What did that mean? Had James talked? Did Egan know she was here? Was he coming to arrest her, or Wyatt? Wyatt moved to the door, unbolting it but keeping it closed. "Stay back," he cautioned Annie. "Let me handle this." They heard the horse stop outside, the crunch of boots on the path, then a firm knock on the door. Not Wyatt's signal. Egan. Wyatt opened the door, standing framed in the entrance, calm and impassive. Marshal Egan stood there, looking weary, dust-stained, his face grim. His eyes flickered past Wyatt, catching sight of Annie huddled near the hearth, before returning to Wyatt's face. There was no surprise in the marshal's expression, only a tired resignation. "Morning, Wyatt," Egan said, his voice gravelly with fatigue and smoke. "Figured I might find you here." Or rather, his gaze flickered towards Annie again. "Find your guest." Wyatt didn't step aside, didn't invite him in. "Marshal? Trouble down below?" Egan sighed heavily, rubbing his eyes. "You could say that. Boarding house burned down near dawn. Total loss." Annie's heart clenched. Anyone hurt?" Wyatt asked the question for her, his voice carefully neutral. "Carlson? The farmer asking after his brother-in-law? He got out," Egan reported, and Annie nearly sobbed with relief. "Got out just before the whole place went up like tinder. Seems he couldn't sleep. Decided not to wait till morning to find me. James was safe. He had acted. He had found his courage. Came straight to my office around 3 this morning," Egan continued, his eyes fixed on Wyatt. But his words clearly meant for Annie as well. "Told me quite a story. About seeing Harker's boot near the stables yesterday. About Harker threatening a young miner called Andy." Egan paused. Story sounded credible, especially given what we found up at Hemlock's. "And the fire?" Wyatt prompted quietly. "Started deliberately," Egan confirmed grimly. "Kerosene splashed around Carlson's room near the back stairs. Someone tried to make sure he didn't wake up. Someone panicked. Harker, it had to be. Where is Harker now? Wyatt asked. A grim satisfaction touched Egan's lips. Right now, he's contemplating his future from behind the bars of my jail cell. He saw the flicker of relief and disbelief on Annie's face, visible even from the doorway. Went to confront him just after Carlson finished his statement. Found him washing kerosene off his hands. He didn't come quiet. Egan gestured vaguely towards a fresh bruise darkening on his own cheekbone. But he came. Harker was arrested, caught. The immediate threat, the hammer that had hung over Annie's head, was finally, blessedly, removed. Found something else too, Egan added, pulling a small oilskin pouch from his coat pocket. He opened it carefully. Inside lay several rough, gleaming nuggets of raw gold and a folded, brittle piece of paper. Tucked inside that locked chest from Harker's shed. Found the key on Harker himself. Seems old man Hemlock really did strike it rich. He held up the paper. And this looks like a hand-drawn map to the claim. Proof. Irrefutable proof that Harker had robbed Hemlock, confirming the motive for his likely murder. Egan looked past Wyatt again, directly at Annie now. His expression wasn't accusatory, but weary, appraising. So, Andy the miner, he sighed again. Or should I say, Miss Annie Larson? The name, spoken aloud by the marshal, sealed it. Her identity was no longer a secret. The charade was over. My quarrel wasn't with you, Miss Larson, Egan said, his tone softening slightly. It was with Harker, and before him, Harrison. He saw her flinch at the name. Yeah, I know about that, too. Got a telegraph wire about you months ago after Harrison's associates posted a reward for information. Figured you might head west. He shook his head. Never seemed right, you being involved in his kind of swindle. Didn't fit. He knew. He had known or suspected all along and had chosen not to act, perhaps waiting, watching, trusting his own instincts over flimsy accusations. What happens now? Annie whispered, finding her voice. Egan tucked the pouch and map back into his pocket. Now, Harker faces justice for Hemlock. Might take time, but we've got him. As for you, he looked from Annie to Wyatt and back again. You were defending yourself against Harker last night. Witness confirms he threatened you. Carlson confirms Harker's guilt in the Hemlock matter. The warrant from back east regarding Harrison, well, Harrison vanished, and frankly, pursuing you seems like a waste of territorial resources, especially since I suspect you were more victim than accomplice. He gave a wry, tired smile. Let's just say, the paperwork might get, misplaced. Deadwood has enough real villains to deal with. It was an absolution, not exactly. But it was a chance, a reprieve, a possibility of shedding the fugitive identity. You're free to go, Miss Larson, Egan said formally. Though I'd advise finding safer lodgings, and maybe safer company. His gaze rested on Wyatt for a moment, a silent acknowledgement of the lines Wyatt had crossed to protect her. This town chews up secrets. Yours is out now. Be mindful. He tipped his hat. Wyatt. Miss Larson. Without waiting for a reply, Marshal Egan turned, mounted his horse, and rode slowly back down the path, leaving them standing in the threshold of the cabin, bathed in the clear, bright light of a new dawn. The smoke still rose from the ashes of the boarding house below, a stark reminder of the night's violence and Harker's destructive desperation. The reckoning wind had blown through, leaving devastation in its wake. But the immediate storm had passed. Harker was caught. James was safe. Annie's secret was out. Yet she wasn't facing prison bars. She stood beside Wyatt. No longer Andy, but Annie, blinking in the unfamiliar light of freedom, however fragile and conditional. The ashes of her old life, her hidden life, lay scattered around her. But the dawn promised something new, uncertain, terrifying, yet undeniably real. She looked up at Wyatt, whose quiet courage had been her shield, whose cabin had been her sanctuary, whose motives remained a compelling mystery. Their journey through the darkness had forged a bond, fragile and untested, but undeniably present. What that bond meant, where it might lead now that the dust was uneasily settling, remained shrouded in the morning mist, a question hanging silently in the dawn air. Epilogue, a quiet strength found. Autumn painted the Black Hills in strokes of gold and russet, a stark, breathtaking contrast to the raw scar of Deadwood Gulch below. The air held a crisp edge, carrying the scent of pine needles and the distant, melancholic sigh of the wind, the same wind that had felt like a harbinger of reckoning just months before. Annie stood on the rise near Wyatt's cabin, looking down not with the hunted fear of Andy, but with the quiet, assessing gaze of Annie Larson, survivor. Much had changed since that terrifying night culminating in fire and arrest. The immediate dust had settled, though its residue lingered in the air, in the wary eyes of some townsfolk, in the empty space where the boarding house once stood. James Carlson, his courage finally holding firm, had delivered his testimony to Marshal Egan. He'd recounted seeing Harker's distinctive boot near the stables, detailed Harker's threats against Andy, and corroborated the timeline that pointed squarely away from Annie and towards the shift boss's panicked desperation. Armed with this, the map, Hemlock's gold found in the chest, and the boot print evidence, Egan had built an unshakable case. Harker languished in the territorial jail awaiting a trial whose outcome seemed certain. His reign of petty tyranny over the mine crews was definitively over. James, bless his worried heart, had stayed only long enough to ensure Annie was safe and his testimony secured. He'd found no definitive trace of his brother-in-law, Tom, another soul, likely swallowed by the vastness of the hills or the depths of a poorly timbered mine shaft. With a heavy heart and promises to write addressed carefully to A. Larson, care of Wyatt's claim post office box, he had taken the stagecoach back east, back to his sister Sarah, carrying the grim news and leaving Annie once more adrift from her past, yet strangely more anchored in her present. The revelation of Annie's identity had rippled through Deadwood, causing a predictable stir. There were whispers, sidelong glances, crude speculations in the saloons. Some saw her as a curiosity, others as trouble. A few mostly women who understood the precariousness of their own positions with a measure of grudging respect or quiet sympathy. But Deadwood's memory was short, its focus always shifting to the next gold strike, the next scandal, the next tragedy. Annie Larson, the woman who had posed as a miner, soon became just another thread in the town's rough, woven tapestry. Marshal Egan's tacit acceptance, his misplaced paperwork regarding the old warrant, offered a fragile shield, allowing her the space to simply be. She no longer worked the mines. The thought of returning to those suffocating depths, even without Harker's menace, was unbearable. Her shoulder had healed, leaving only a persistent ache in damp weather, a physical reminder of her ordeal. With Wyatt's quiet help navigating the camp's complex social and economic currents, she had found work doing laundry and mending for some of the more established businesses, and even for Egan himself work that was arduous but honest, allowing her to earn her keep without disguise, without constant fear. She had moved out of the flimsy lean-to, taking a small, clean room above the mercantile, a space that felt blessedly private and secure. Wyatt's cabin remained a sanctuary, a place she retreated to occasionally, seeking the quiet companionship that had become the bedrock of her new existence. Their relationship defied easy labels. It wasn't the fiery passion often sung about in saloon ballads, nor the comfortable domesticity of settled couples. It was something quieter, deeper, forged in shared danger and unspoken understanding. He had seen her at her most vulnerable, stripped bare of her disguise and her defenses, and had offered not judgment, but protection, acceptance. He rarely spoke of his own past, the reasons for his solitude, the sources of his quiet strength. But sometimes, sitting by the fire in comfortable silence, she felt the weight of his unspoken history mirroring her own. Today she had climbed the slope to bring him a freshly baked loaf of bread, a small offering, a continuation of their silent language of care. He was outside the cabin, splitting firewood, the rhythmic thud of the axe echoing in the crisp autumn air. He stopped as she approached, leaning the axe against the chopping block, wiping sweat from his brow with the back of his hand. "Smells good," he commented, nodding towards the cloth-wrapped loaf she carried, a faint smile touching his lips. It was a rare sight, that smile, usually reserved for moments of quiet satisfaction or dry amusement, and it warmed Annie more than the midday sun. "Hope it tastes as good," she replied, handing it to him. Their fingers brushed, a brief contact that sent a familiar, unsettling flutter through her. She still didn't fully understand the nature of the current flowing between them, this mix of gratitude, respect, and a deeper, more vulnerable feeling she hesitated to name. They sat on the rough bench outside the cabin, sharing the bread and some cool water from his dipper, looking out over the valley. The aspens on the distant slopes shimmered like scattered gold coins, a fortune more real, more lasting than the one men tore from the earth below. "Heard they found hemlock," Wyatt said quietly after a comfortable silence, breaking off a piece of bread. What was left of him? Downstream, caught in some rocks. Poor old devil. Annie shivered despite the sunshine. Justice for Harker felt right. But it couldn't undo the violence, couldn't bring hemlock back. Deadwood demanded its price. "Will they hang Harker?" "Most likely," Wyatt confirmed, his expression grim. "Murder over a claim. Folks here don't take kindly to that. Bad for business. Bad for morale." He looked out towards the hills. "Some curses are real." They sat in silence again, contemplating the harsh truths of the place they both, for different reasons, called home. "You ever think about leaving?" Annie asked softly, voicing a question that often lingered at the edge of her thoughts. "Going somewhere? Quieter? Safer?" Wyatt turned to look at her, his gaze searching. "Sometimes," he admitted. "This place, it takes its toll." He looked back towards the vast, wild landscape. "But there's something about it, too, a rawness, a freedom of a sort. Maybe just the freedom to be forgotten." He paused and then added quietly, "Or the freedom to start over." Was that what he had done? Started over? Forgotten a past he wouldn't speak of? She didn't ask. Some silences she was learning held more weight, more meaning than words. "And you, Annie?" he asked, turning the question back to her. Now that you can." She considered it, looking down at her hands. They were still rough, calloused from laundry work now instead of mining, but they were undeniably her hands. "I don't know," she said honestly. "Part of me wants to run as far away from this place, from the memories, as I can." She looked up, meeting his steady gaze. "But another part feels like I earned my place here. Like standing my ground as myself is its own kind of freedom, maybe the only kind that matters." He nodded slowly, a flicker of understanding, perhaps even approval, in his eyes. "It takes courage to stand." "I learned from a good teacher," she replied softly, the words carrying more weight than she intended. A faint flush rose on his neck, visible beneath his tan. He looked away towards the horizon, but not before she saw the slight softening of his expression. The future remained uncertain. The scars of her past, both recent and distant, would likely never fade completely. Deadwood, with its beauty and its brutality, would continue to test her resilience. The quiet man beside her remained an enigma in many ways, their connection a slow, unfolding path, wrath